So we'll be watching the risk for severe weather on Sunday with those storms that move in later in the day. Also, we've got that big blast of cold air coming in next week. Very chilly early next week, and then we'll be watching for maybe even a colder surge of Arctic air later next week. And so the second weekend of January, we'll be watching that closely. Make sure you stay tuned. But we do know next week is going to be bitter cold in the mornings north of the lake. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings, we'll be down in the 20s. So we'll actually see a hard freeze for a couple mornings on the North Shore going into early next week. The South Shore temperatures will fall to the low 30s early next week in the morning, so we'll have frost south of the lake going into the mornings early next week. So we do have a pretty cold snap coming in the second week of January. Here's our 7-day forecast. Cool in the 60s the next few days. Pretty wonderful weather, mostly dry. Our really actual best chance of rain and storms is on Sunday, and we warm up Sunday into the 70s before we get a drastic cool down next week. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, very frigid. Temperatures will be in the 40s only in the afternoon, and it's going to be windy and blustery. Those nights and mornings much colder too, in the 20s and 30s.
Thank you for that, Alexa. Good morning to you. Now, in less than 12 hours, another large crowd is set to gather here in New Orleans because the Sugar Bowl that was supposed to take place last night has been postponed to this afternoon because of that attack. Let's get over to the Superdome. Our Rachel Hanley is there. Rachel, what do we know about security for the game today?
Well, we know that there is going to be a lot more of it than you would normally see at a regular game at the Superdome. It's still early, and looking around, we can see about 3 police cars with their lights on. We've seen a couple more driving by today, but overall, right here at this time, it's still pretty quiet. We're still a few hours from kickoff right now, but we are definitely expecting that to look very, very different later today. I mean, where we're standing is only about a mile from where the attack happened, and a lot of the players and fans are staying even closer in the quarter and around the quarter, and they'll have to be getting between the dome and their accommodations. And so yesterday we saw that in action a little bit with the University of Georgia's team. They had left their hotel on Canal Street around 6 o'clock to come to the Superdome and do a walkthrough. We saw a lot of fans outside cheering for them. It was a nice moment of, levity after all that had happened, but it also told us something more serious. That was again around 6 o'clock, and we know that by then the Superdome had to have been deemed safe and been swept by the NOPD. Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick had talked a little bit about what that process looks like at a press conference yesterday. She also gave us a little bit of insight into what kind of security we can expect during the actual game itself.
We have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow.
The first event that we're going to see in relation to the Sugar Bowl today is something called Tailgate Town. That starts at 11 o'clock in Champion Square. After that, the Dome will open its doors at 1 o'clock, and then kickoff is set for 3. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
Thank you, Rachel. Our thoughts also with those players, showing the video of those Georgia players. They're in town, thousands of people in town to see them play in the Sugar Bowl, including families of players there, too. Adam Reifeth, our CBS affiliate in Wisconsin, spoke to parents of a player from Notre Dame.
We woke up to text messages this morning from friends and stuff. Are we okay and this and that?
The Shrout family's New Year's Eve trip to New Orleans was supposed to be a celebration, but now
the authorities have asked that we stay in our hotels today as much as possible.
Campbellsport native Billy Shrout has been a key cog in leading Notre Dame this season. His parents Jenna and Tim spent part of Tuesday afternoon in the French Quarter before heading back to their hotel.
And it was just a ton of people. Yeah, but we were not down there last evening.
It feels familiar to many in southeastern Wisconsin. The similarities to the 2021 Waukesha Christmas parade attack are undeniable.
Suspect goes around a police barricade. Law enforcement is present and still has managed to get on the parade route.
Former Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Brian Doro said the motives behind the two may be different, but trying to prevent them is the same.
But you're going to see changes in the way we do business and perhaps even industry standards for what is needed.
Doro said physical barriers and a law enforcement presence can only do so much to prevent an attack, especially if the attacker has little regard for their own life. The Dancing Grannies posted about the New Orleans attack, writing, "It's a long, hard road. While you will never be the same, healing is possible." The Sugar Bowl game was postponed and rescheduled for Thursday at 3 p.m. local time. There is still uncertainty and concern on the streets of New Orleans, but the Shrouths will be in the stands cheering on Billy while also being cognizant of their surroundings.
Hopefully they're hollow threats, but I mean, obviously there's concern for everybody's safety.
Reused storage leaving you with an extra helping of confusion? That's crazy! Get savings of up to 70% or more on home items at Bargain Hunt. Amazing brands, crazy savings.
Nightfall still in the city of New Orleans, as you see there, light flicker there on what is a new day, 4:53 the time, as we do continue to cover more on the tragedy that took place some 24 hours ago on Bourbon Street last night. We told you about 14 people killed, but again, over 30 others were injured. That number does include 2 NOPD officers. Our Meg Farris shows us how hospitals and community members are teaming up to help.
It has been an extremely busy day here at the Level 1 Trauma Center at UMC. Originally, 26 people were brought here with injuries. Many of them had critical injuries. Now, 4 were brought to Turo, 4 to Oxnard Baptist, and 1 to Tulane. We do know that since the original 10 who were reported killed in this incident, another 5 has been added to that list. Now, 2 policemen were brought here after being caught in that gunfire exchange with the perpetrator. 1 has since gone home and is reporting that he is on the mend, doing well, and he says, "I love you" to all the people who have been thinking about him and texting him. Now, there's a family reunification center here at UMC for people who could not find loved ones. It's in the middle of the hospital on the first floor. Probably the most impressive thing that has happened today is after our call at around 10:30 this morning for people to go donate blood, many people, dozens and dozens, turned out to the donation centers to give blood. It was already critically low earlier because of its being a holiday. And during holidays, fewer people go donate blood because they're busy with Christmas and that type of thing. But after our call out for the critically low blood situation, people came by the dozens and rolled up their sleeves.
What we need the public to understand right now is this is a perfect scenario where you see that what the need is in this community. It's a continuous, ongoing need. It's a gift that you're going to give that someone can not get anywhere else, so you can't go buy it off the shelf. This comes from your heart.
Now, you can go to our website, WWLTV.com, and there you will find a list of all the blood donation centers and the times, and they will be open for the next few days, asking for you to please come and donate if you did not do so today. Reporting from UMC, Meg Farris, WWL, Louisiana.
And thank you, Meg. That is a good point there. Full list of locations where you can donate blood on our website for you this morning. But anyone wishing to do so today, the Blood Center in St. Vincent de Paul on Canal Street, they're going to be open from 10 until 5 this morning. Other locations are open from 10 until 7. Again, as Meg mentioned, a full list of where you can donate on our website for you this morning. President Biden did address the nation last night about this tragedy, saying the country will stand with the victims and their families as they grieve what happened, as we all grieve what happened. The president also voiced his support for New Orleans and the people of this city.
New Orleans is a place unlike any other place in the world. It's a city full of charm and joy. So many people around the world love New Orleans because of its history, its culture, and above all, its people. So I know, while this person committed a terrible assault on the city, the spirit of our New Orleans will never, never, never be defeated. It always will shine forth. We've seen that time and time again throughout its history, and I know we'll see it again in the days and weeks ahead. May God bless the people of New Orleans. May God bless our police and our first responders. May God protect our troops.
Now, the president added that his team is making every resource available to federal, state, and local law enforcement to complete this investigation, to do so quickly, and to make sure that there is no remaining threat to the American people. It is 4:58 now. We are continuing to monitor this story closely. Stay with WWL Louisiana on all of our platforms, streaming live too on WWL+. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you live at 5 as our team coverage continues, the very latest from the French Quarter. Stay with us. Good morning.
Reused storage leaving you with an extra helping of confusion? That's crazy! Get savings of up to 70% or more on home items at Bargain Hunt. Amazing brands, crazy savings. Look at this, Mom!
Oh no.
Freebies costing you an arm, leg, and dog treats? That's crazy! Get savings of up to 70% or more on pet supplies at Bargain Hunt. Amazing brands, crazy savings.
WWL Louisiana Morning News begins with breaking news.
It is 5 o'clock now on this Thursday morning. Also very important for us to say good morning to you and welcome to the WWL Louisiana Morning News, Thursday, January 2nd. I'm Brandon Walker.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Brianna Boudreau. Happy to be back with you, but unfortunately under these circumstances. I want to thank you for continuing to join us here on the WWL Louisiana Morning News. And at the same time, we are very adamant to continue to cover the very latest in this deadly terror attack that killed 14 people and injured dozens other. This attack happened on New Year's morning around 3:15 a.m. as people were ringing in the new year when a man deliberately drove a truck down Bourbon Street. Now, right now, 14 people are confirmed dead, as well as the suspect. More than 30 others are injured. The FBI is leading this investigation while the mayor has issued an emergency declaration for the city. Now, we do also know the suspect was killed by New Orleans police. Initially, other possible suspects were being sought, but we have since learned that they have been cleared.
Yeah, law enforcement walking us through a few different developments here yesterday and overnight. We do have crews all over this city covering all angles of this story as we do work to get to the bottom of this, but also give you clear facts as we work to get to where this investigation stands.
Yeah, as all of this is unfolding, we're going to start this morning now at 5:02 with Leah McNeil. She's near Canal and Bourbon Street. She's been there very early since this morning, just gathering information and watching as things are changing there on Bourbon. And of course, Aaliyah, this is where the attack started.
Yeah, this is where things all started. This is a federal investigation that is spreading state lines. But as you mentioned, it started right here behind me at the corner of Bourbon and Canal, where that person was in a truck, swerved around police, got on the sidewalk, and hit dozens of people. That suspect, we do now know his name is 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. Now, again, federal agents have since taken over this investigation. And since we've been out here this morning, we've been out here since about midnight, we have seen quite a lot of movement that we haven't been seeing yesterday since we were out here on scene. We've seen crews start the process of cleaning Bourbon Street. We've seen IV waste crews go in, as well as some crews that are starting to take out debris. We saw a mangled wheelchair that was being hauled off, as well as that construction lift that truck actually ended up hitting before he got out and fired on officers. Of course, we do know, according to NOPD Superintendent Ed Kirkpatrick, that NOPD officers did return fire, thus killing the suspect. We do know, again, that, again, as I mentioned, this is a crime scene that is expansive. There was also a police response at a fire that happened at an Airbnb in St. Rock that police believe may have been rented by Jabbar. Federal agents also swarmed a home in Houston, Texas, believed to be connected to that Army veteran and Texas native. Now, again, the FBI did point out that they are still actively investigating this and are still asking people to avoid the French Quarter because, again, it's still a very active situation out here. Just being out here right now, I can tell you there's still quite the presence of state troopers, NOPD, and of course still that Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office unit that's out here on scene. So if you don't have to be in this area, the federal agents and the city officials are asking you to avoid this area altogether. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Yeah, Leah, that's a good point because investigators are still working to answer a lot of questions. The big one, as we zero in on the suspect, why did he do it? And that's what they're trying to work on, finding as much information about him too as possible.
And while we don't know is his connection to New Orleans, if he had any, we are learning more about who he was as a person. Mike McDaniel's joining us live from Bourbon and Tulane with a closer look into the suspect.
Hey there, Brendan and Bree. You heard Leah talk about movement down on her end, Bourbon Street, or Canal. We haven't had that much movement here. We just have a garbage truck that pushed on through, other than some passing vehicles right here on Dumaine. There's been a couple of people who kind of left their hotels with their bags, getting in Ubers, presumably heading off to the airport. But that's kind of been it, all the action that we've seen down here on this end. Of course, we're about 9 blocks in to the French Quarter from where Leah is. But the investigation into 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar stretches from here in New Orleans all the way to Houston, Texas, where authorities believe he had a home. As of late last night, investigators were still searching that property. That, of course, expected to last throughout the morning. But back here in New Orleans, the home in the St. Rock neighborhood, not far from where we are, which was an Airbnb that authorities believe Jabbar was staying in. That area has been blocked off. We checked on it this morning. Of course, investigators will be back out there throughout the day. But here's what we do know about the man who committed this act of terrorism. Jabbar was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and was currently living in Houston, where he was involved in real estate at some point. He did graduate from Georgia State University and served in the U.S. military, and according to an Army spokesman, Jabbar was a human resource specialist and information technology specialist from 2007 to 2015. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve as an IT specialist from 2015 to 2020. He even had a deployment to Afghanistan for most of the 2009 year, and he held the rank of staff sergeant at the end of that service. A fellow soldier, his name is Peter Heap, who took an IT class with Jabbar in 2010, says Jabbar was top of his class.
From day one, you can tell that his knowledge in the IT field was better than everyone else's. I still thought that he was still a somewhat good guy. He was genuine. He was nice. I would not categorize him as being a Muslim extremist at that time when I knew him. Not at all. I think sometime between when I knew him and now, he got radicalized.
Now, Heap said Jabbar did used to make pro-Islamic posts on Facebook, but nothing radical. The FBI, of course, now looking into whether any connections or what connections Jabbar may have had with any terrorist organization. The agency did confirm Jabbar had an ISIS flag on that rented truck that he used in the attack. And President Joe Biden last night said in the hours before the attack, Jabbar posted a video online where he said he was inspired by ISIS and that he had a desire to kill. Now, we did learn last night that the FBI cleared those 4 people they were looking for who were seen near those improvised explosive devices that were detonated. So they are no longer part of this investigation or believed to be connected to Jabbar. Of course, investigators are still working to determine whether Jabbar acted alone in this attack. Live in the French Quarter, Mike McDaniel, WBL Louisiana, guys.
All right, thanks, Mike. We'll check in shortly. 5:07 is the time now, and as we said earlier, 14 people were killed in this attack.
And we've been working to identify all of the victims. We have identified several of them. Whitney Miller walks us through who we've identified.
At least 15 people have died in this senseless tragedy. The names of these people are slowly being identified as families are being notified. The first death we confirmed was of 18-year-old Nakaira Cheyenne Dido. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi, and a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. Then there is 37-year-old father of 2 Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by the truck. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. The third fatality we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh, a Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football star. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries. His athletic director confirmed his death. She says he was in New Orleans for the holidays. Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021, and he was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm.
First catch of the season for Besh.
And then there's 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio. He's the youngest of 3 boys and a Pearl River Central grad. For most of Wednesday, his family hadn't heard from him. And then they got the tragic news. And then there's Nicole Perez, a 28-year-old mother from Metairie who died in the attack. Perez had just been promoted to manager at Kimmy's Deli at Lakeway. Her 4-year-old son is in the care of a loved one, and she was remembered as a good mom and wanted to be successful. And finally, we learned about Kareem Bawadi, one of the 2 Episcopal School of Baton Rouge alumni victims who died as a result of their injuries. A prayer service will be held at the Lewis Family Memorial Chapel on Thursday at 6 p.m.
And just a short while ago, we did learn of another person who was killed. Hubert Guttrow, who you see here on the screen. Archbishop Shaw High School announced his death on social media. He was just 21 years old. We have more of our continuing coverage of the Bourbon Street terror attack ahead,
including the very latest from the Superdome. In fact, the Sugar Bowl is set to be played this afternoon there, so safety is a question there. Rachel Handley is live. She'll bring you the very latest. But first,
Yeah, we're out here where we're already seeing police cars start to line up in front of the Superdome ahead of that. We'll tell you what the plan is as thousands of people are getting ready to gather just a day and a half and a mile away from that attack.
And coming up at 5:30, we'll bring you the story of one of the victims of the Bourbon Street terror attack, Tiger Besh, and the outpouring of support for his family.
And we do have some cold weather this morning. We'll be talking all about your forecast. That's coming up later on in the show.
Bored with board games missing half their pieces? That's crazy! Bargain Hunt has savings up to 70% or more on brand name toys and games your kids love. Bargain Hunt. Amazing brands. Crazy savings.
Stay clear from Bourbon Street.
And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
5:14 this Thursday morning. As far as justice is concerned, that investigation centered on Bourbon Street this morning, 25 hours after a man plowed his way into the street there, killing 14 people, injuring some 30. Law enforcement present there, the street blocked off at Bourbon and St. Anne.
Yeah, we have crews all throughout the area as we continue to cover this devastation, and our thoughts and prayers, of course, with the families and those affected. And as one of those crews, we have one of our reporters who is out there. She's been talking, about what today looks like with so many people in town here, you know, for the Sugar Bowl that was delayed. And so, of course, on top of everyone's mind is what does today hold as far as security and everything else we have going on, because we know in less than 12 hours there will be another large crowd who will gather in New Orleans.
Yeah, let's get over to our Rachel Handley. She's over at the Superdome with the very latest there. Rachel, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we have been hearing about Sugar Bowl security a lot from city leaders and law enforcement leaders with good reason. I mean, the Superdome is only about a mile away from where that attack happened. And as you said, later today, a lot of people who are in town for this are going to be gathering, and this is just a day and a half after that attack happened. And besides the people who are going to be here close to where that attack happened, there are also a lot of people who came into town for the Sugar Bowl staying in and around the quarter. We actually saw that yesterday with the players from University of Georgia's football team. They left their hotel on Canal around 6 o'clock to come do a walkthrough of the Superdome. So we know from that by 6 o'clock, the dome and the area around it had been swept and it had been deemed safe. It's something that NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick had talked about a good bit during the press conference that all of the city leaders gave yesterday. She kind of talked about the details of the sweep, what that entails, what exactly they're looking for, and she gave us a little bit more insight into what fans and the public can expect to see in terms of security at the Sugar Bowl today.
We have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow.
And until kickoff, we're going to be keeping in contact with organizers of the Sugar Bowl, as we've been doing over the last 2 days, because you'll recall it was first postponed to tonight and then brought back a little bit earlier in the afternoon. So that time has changed 2 times now. As of right now, though, the first event that we're expecting to see is scheduled for 11 o'clock. That's called Tailgate Town. It's going to be in Champion Square, and that'll be the first time we'll get to see people really coming out and gathering for this and get an idea of what these crowds are going to look like, how many people are coming. After that, the actual dome itself opens at 1 o'clock, and then kickoff is at 3. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much. And we want to remind you that we are going to continue to closely monitor this story, all aspects of it. As you've seen throughout the morning so far, we'll, of course, bring you any new developments in this situation. You can always find the latest on our website and, of course, our streaming app as well, which is free. 5:18 is the time. Let's check on our forecast with Alexa Trischler.
Yeah, it is a chilly start to our morning. You'll want to bundle up, bring a heavy jacket with you, some jackets, sweatshirts, all that a must for the morning. Temperatures right now are in the 30s and 40s. There could be some patchy frost on the North Shore, closer to Bogalusa and Macomb, so there could be some frost on the cars. Make sure you give yourself a few extra minutes in case you live, well north of the lake. You may have to defrost those cars a little bit. Temperatures are going to be cold in the morning and then more seasonable this afternoon. Today will be a quiet, nice day. We've got winds coming in mostly from the north-northeast, 5 to 10 miles per hour, though the lakefront is a bit breezy now with 15-mile-per-hour winds. Lots of sunshine to come and really calm weather, though there is a system to our southwest that could help increase our moisture levels just a little bit later on. So we'll see an increase in cloud cover tonight, and then late tonight and really in the overnight hours, there is a small chance for a stray shower or two, though most of us will be dry. So here's a look at today. It's cold in the morning, mild in the afternoon in the 60s, so cool and mild and nice and refreshing, plenty of sunshine, and again, expecting the clouds to move in tonight. Watching for maybe an isolated shower in the overnight hours through early tomorrow morning, but I think most of us won't see much. Tomorrow, another nice, beautiful day, partly cloudy skies, temperatures back in the mid-60s tomorrow afternoon, and then we have a weak cool front moving in going into late tomorrow, so it may get a little bit chillier heading into Saturday. Going into today, we'll see that increase in cloud cover tonight. Here are those very isolated, spotty light showers possible in the overnight hours and through early tomorrow morning, though it is not going to be much at all. Clouds around tomorrow morning. morning, sunshine in the afternoon. Really nice and quiet weather takes us into Saturday. Saturday, we'll start to see the chance for a few little isolated showers later in the day Saturday with an increase in our cloud cover, but generally staying mostly dry through Saturday. It's not until Sunday when we actually have a more potent system moving in across the lower Mississippi Valley that will actually have measurable rain, I think, on Sunday. So plan for some rain and thunderstorms on Sunday, and it's going to be warmer too. And then another cold front moves in by early Monday, and then it'll be windy and really cold going into early next week. With Sunday's rain, there's actually a risk for severe weather, especially on the North Shore on Sunday. So we'll be paying attention to this closely to see if more of our area is included in this. So we could see a few strong to severe storms on Sunday later in the day. And then next week, we have a blast of cold air that comes in early in the week, and then later next weekend, so closer to next weekend, later next week into the weekend, January 10th time frame, we could see even colder air rushing into the deep south. We'll be watching that to see how it plays out. Still a lot of time between now and then, so make sure you stay tuned. But we know next week is going to be bitter cold. In the mornings, temperatures will be down in the 20s north of the lake early next week, so we'll have a hard freeze for a few mornings early next week north of the lake. South of the lake, temperatures will fall to the low 30s, so we'll have frost on the South Shore throughout the mornings early next week as well. So make sure you have those heavy winter jackets handy. You will need them for most of our 7-day forecast. The only day we warm up is on Sunday, back into the 70s briefly as we have those rain and storms and maybe some stronger storms coming in on Sunday. But after that, it's going to be cold, windy, and blustery early next week. Sunny skies, but temperatures in the afternoons will only be in the 40s on Tuesday and Wednesday.
A Tesla Cybertruck explodes in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. I'm Jared Hill with the investigation into this possible act of terror.
Bored with board games missing half their pieces? That's crazy! Bargain Hunt has savings up to 70% or more on brand name toys and games your kids love. Bargain Hunt, amazing brands, crazy savings.
Authorities in Las Vegas are investigating a Tesla Cybertruck explosion outside of the Trump International Hotel. This happened in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and it happened hours after the attack here in New Orleans. With that explosion in Las Vegas, it is being investigated this morning as a possible act of terrorism. CBS's Jared Hill has the latest.
Caught on surveillance video, a Tesla Cybertruck exploding at the front door of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas Wednesday morning.
We had three explosions.
Authorities are now investigating the incident as a possible act of terror.
It looks like mortars from like a fireworks.
Investigators say gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars were found in the back of the vehicle. The truck had only just pulled up to the hotel.
It was sitting in the porte-cochere for about 15 seconds before it exploded.
One person inside of the Cybertruck was killed, 7 bystanders nearby injured, with 2 taken to the hospital and released. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who's working as a government efficiency advisor for President-elect Donald Trump, posted on X, the evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion, noting not even the lobby doors were broken. As investigators search for answers, this is believed to be an isolated incident. The motive still unknown. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Now, the person who died in the Cybertruck fire has not yet been identified. Police have noted similarities to the incident here in New Orleans, including both vehicles being rented from the site Toro. Investigators are looking into any possible connections. Of course, we will let you know.
Yeah, just a lot going on here as we say hello to a new year. Hoping to really just reset and get the energy going back in the right direction. But as we continue to cover the story here, investigators, they're also back at it this morning, searching for answers after the deadly attack yesterday on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, still to come on the WBL Louisiana Morning News, we have team coverage, and it continues as we bring you up-to-the-minute developments in this awful case. We'll be right back.
Louisiana Morning News begins with breaking news.
5:30. Good morning to you and welcome back to the WWL Louisiana Morning News. It is Thursday, January 2nd. I'm Brandon Walker.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Brianna Boudreau. Thanks for joining us as we continue to cover the tragedy still unfolding here in our beloved city. It all started around 3:15 yesterday morning. This is when a man deliberately drove his truck down Bourbon Street. We've learned that 14 people are confirmed dead, 15 when you count the suspect. We learned late last night, of course, that the suspect was killed. More than 30 others are injured. The FBI is leading this investigation while the mayor has issued an emergency declaration for the city. We also know the suspect was killed by New Orleans police. Initially, other possible suspects were being sought, but we have learned that they have since been cleared.
And that video you were watching there, that cell phone video showing when he turned onto Bourbon Street. Right now, though, a live look at Bourbon Street. Tale of 2 days here, 24 hours it's been. Bourbon Street still closed to any traffic there, frozen in time as the investigation continues. You do see crews, though, on scene beginning to clean up the street. Street sweepers and whatnot have been there. And that is where things stand on Bourbon Street, closed to traffic as investigators continue to work there on scene.
You know, and this work has been continuous. It has not stopped for those first responders, for those city workers that you're seeing there. So, of course, we're thinking of all of them who just probably have not had any sleep, like so many. And, you know, a lot of that work is happening because so many people will be heading to the Superdome for the Sugar Bowl just a few hours from now. It was scheduled for last night, but it got moved again to this afternoon, all because of this horrific attack.
And so with the game set for this afternoon, there are questions about security there at the Dome. Our Rachel Handley's live there. What are you seeing as far as tighter security, Rachel?
So far from where we're standing on this side of the dome, we can see 3 police cars stationed with their lights on. We've seen a lot more of them throughout the morning driving back and forth across this area. Definitely expecting more than that for the game today too. Kickoff a little over 9 hours away, so still a little quiet here, but law enforcement leaders and city leaders have kept hammering the point home that this is going to be a very, very secure area later today. I mean, kickoff is a day and a half, about 36 hours almost on the dot after this attack happened, and a mile down the road with thousands of people involved. But still, the plans for the game are moving forward. Yesterday, we even saw University of Georgia's football team leaving their hotel on Canal Street. There was a crowd gathered out to see them off. They were coming to the Superdome to come do a walkthrough. Definitely still a pretty quiet area outside, though, and Notre Dame's team had elected to stay in their hotel. The school had held a mass after the attack had happened. We had been talking to fans also while we were out there, and for the most part, they said that they were all right with the game being postponed for a day. They understood, and a lot of them were prepared to stay and said that they were still excited even after all that has happened so far. And of course, if you do have a ticket for that original game time, it will still be valid today, so you will be able to come to the game if you wish. Doors open at 1 o'clock. Kickoff is at 3, and whenever we start to see fans arriving, we'll get a better idea of just how the attack and the postponement of the game are going to affect attendance for it today, because that is something at this point that we really just don't know. We don't know what this will look like compared to a regular Sugar Bowl, so that's something we'll be watching very closely today. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL Louisiana.
Thank you, Rachel. Rachel's over at the Superdome. Again, less than a mile from there is where this incident took place. We showed you that EarthCam video from, live camera rather, from Bourbon Street, seeing crews out there cleaning the street. They've been out there since yesterday, beginning their investigation, but also throughout the day removing debris after the attack.
Leah McNeil has been near the corner of Bourbon and Canal Street since early this morning. She's joining us live now with more on the work that you mentioned is underway right now. We know this is where the attack started. Leah, good morning to you.
Yeah, guys, the street is still closed, but crews are starting the process of cleaning up the debris that is left behind from this just horrific attack that killed, as you mentioned, 14 people, 15 if you include the suspect, not to mention 30 plus other people injured as a result of this. Now, again, we are still here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon. We have been seeing multiple crews go in and out of Bourbon Street, which is much different than what we saw yesterday. Not much movement at all, but today that is different. We've seen IV waste crews going in and out of the quarter. Also, some crews that are taking out some of that debris, including a mangled, it looks like powered wheelchair that we saw. We saw that get pulled out at about 1:30 this morning. Also, that crane, that construction crane that truck did ram into, that inevitably he got out of and started shooting at police. We do know that, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, at least three NOPD officers did return fire in that case. That suspect has since been identified by the FBI as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. They do say he is the Army veteran who was originally from Texas. Police do say that Jabbar rented a car, drove down from Texas here to New Orleans. Surveillance video does show his car driving up Canal Street towards Bourbon, swerving around a police that was blocking the street, getting on the sidewalk and thus hitting dozens, and of course then driving down the street where again he inevitably did kill multiple people, injuring dozens of others this morning. Now, a large question that we've been getting a lot from people, and even questions that we have been asking, is about those blockades, those blocks in the quarter that of course prevents aiming to prevent incidents, bollards that are aiming to prevent incidents like this happen. Those were being repaired because of the Super Bowl. They were not up, they were down, hence why the NOPD officers' cars were there in place of it. Nonetheless, though, Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick says that evil is just evil, and it's not something that they planned for someone to drive on the sidewalk. Meanwhile, Governor Jeff Landry says that regardless, something needs to change.
We knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras, and the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one.
Now, as a part of that permanent solution, Governor Jeff Landry did mention that making sure that there is some room in the budget to make sure that those bollards can be maintained year-round and make sure that you have an adequate source of funding to keep that up. He has also called on at least 100 National Guardsmen troops to be here in and around the quarter, in and around the city. Of course, as we just heard from Rachel, that Sugar Bowl game is still happening later on this afternoon. In the meantime, though, the FBI is continuing their investigation with this expansive crime scene, this expansive federal investigation that spreads all the way to Texas, where investigators were at a house believed to be tied to Jabbar, and also an Airbnb here in the St. Rock neighborhood, also believed to be tied to Jabbar. So still a lot of questions that are still left to be answered. But of course, as always, we will continue pressing to get those answers as we all try to heal and move forward as much as we can. Reporting live, Leah McNeil, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Leah, thank you so much. As the New Orleans community struggles to understand exactly why this tragedy happened this morning, investigators are working to uncover as much information about the suspect as possible.
Yeah, don't know about his connections to the city of New Orleans, if at all, but we are beginning to learn more about him himself. Mike McDaniel, he's joining us live from Bourbon and Dumaine with a closer look at the suspect. Mike, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to y'all again. You heard Leah talk about those cleaning crews and trucks that were going into the quarter. Well, they have since made their way down Bourbon, and they are now behind me right here at the corner of Dumaine and Bourbon Street. You can see they're pressure washing the sidewalks right now. We just had a water truck push through. That's why the streets are all wet. And then behind that, we can see 2 or 3 garbage trucks deep, kind of in a street sweeper that's right behind this pressure washer truck, kind of getting everything cleared out because all of this trash was just left here from New Year's Eve celebrations on into the morning on New Year's Day. So the cleanup is well underway, trying to get all of this out of the way and all of this picked up in time, of course, for Sugar Bowl celebrations that are going to be taking place today. You can expect a lot of folks will probably try to still venture to the quarter, but right now, Bourbon Street's still closed down as these crews work to get everything cleared up, get out of the way. But as this investigation continues, of course, into 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, it stretches not just from here in New Orleans, but all the way into Houston, Texas, where authorities believe he was living. Now, as of late last night, investigators were still searching that home in Houston, which is expected to last through the morning. So here's what we know about the man who committed this act of terrorism here in New Orleans. Jabbar was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, currently living in Houston, where he was involved in real estate at some point. He was a graduate of Georgia State University, served in the U.S. military, in the Army in particular. A spokesman said Jabbar was a human resource specialist and information technology specialist from 2007 to 2015. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve as an IT specialist from 2015 to 2020. He even deployed to Afghanistan for a bit, for most of 2009. Last night, the president said in the hours before this attack, Jabbar posted a video online indicating he was inspired by ISIS and he had a desire to kill. And that is exactly what happened. Now we know 14 people have died because of that attack. Of course, the suspect dead as well. The FBI now looking into what connections Jabbar may have had with any terrorist organization. Last night, the FBI did clear 4 people who were seen on video near some improvised explosive devices that were found. Of course, they were detonated, but investigators are still working to determine whether Jabbar had any type of help in this attack. So still a lot of questions that need to be answered. But right now, the city crews, ID waste crews, the sweeper trucks out here trying to get everything cleaned up on Bourbon Street. Of course, I don't know if it's too loud, but the noise level, if you can hear me, but I'm going to kind of let them pass just a little bit. There you can see they're kind of going back down Bourbon to kind of pick up any remaining trash there. And I can see a trash truck a little further down as well. So still a lot to do out here on Bourbon Street, trying to get everything kind of pieced back together while still trying to make sense of this just horrific tragedy, guys.
Thank you for that, Mike. That's the first time crews have been able to get in there and clean up the street, as you see them doing there. Jabbar killed 14 people in this attack. So far, 7 of them have been identified. One of the people tragically lost their life, Tiger Besh. Besh played football at St. Thomas More in Lafayette before going on to play at Princeton. Lane Miller now is reporting more on the support for his family.
The community gathered in prayer here at St. Thomas More to mourn the loss of Tiger Besh.
We needed to get together and do the number one thing that we can do for him, and that's pray.
Family and friends did just that, filling the chapel pews as they prayed the rosary for Tiger and his family. Others prayed over the Besh family in person.
We have some staff members that are very close with the family and have remained close. Our chaplain, Father Andrew Schumacher, also went to New Orleans to be with the family and just show support and be there for them.
St. Thomas More principal Marty Cannon was Tiger's coach senior year of high school. Cannon says Besh was special.
I don't think there's ever been anybody like Tiger. I don't think there's ever going to be anybody like him, because between the athlete, and the depth and the character and just the way he held himself, he was a special guy.
As a school with around 100,000 alumni, Cannon says Tiger is one they won't forget.
Tiger left a huge mark on a lot of us. We could go on and on about how great of an athlete he was, but he was way more than that. He was a complete guy, and he was a stand-up guy that we really respected and honored, and we really liked. I can only imagine that it gives some consolation and some healing to the Besh family.
Cannon says losing Besh was not just a loss to STM, but the entire community.
Lane Miller reporting there. Now, if you're still looking for a loved one or you need any information about the victims from yesterday's attack, you are asked to call 311 if you live in New Orleans. Now, if you're out of town, you're asked to call 504-539-3266.
People around the metro area and, of course, across the country, all looking for ways to support the victims of this attack.
And one way you can help is by donating to the Blood Center. A line of more than 40 people there yesterday at the Metairie location, because you see there the refrigerators were close to empty, eager to fill those shortages in the aftermath of this attack. The locations you see here on your screen, they're going to be open until 7 this evening, except for the Pelican Athletic Club in Mandeville. It's going to close at 5, and the St. Vincent de Paul location on Canal Street, which closes at 6. You must at least be 110 pounds and 17 years old or 16 years old with parental consent and weigh 130 pounds. And with this information, this is important too, make sure that you bring a valid form of identification with you.
We are back with more on our continuing coverage of the terror attack on Bourbon Street. 5:44 is the time. We want you to stay with us.
.548 as we take a live look at Canal and Bourbon Street this morning. That attack happened as thousands of people were in town for the Sugar Bowl, including families of those players here for the game. Adam Reifeth, our CBS affiliate in Wisconsin, spoke to the parents of one of those Notre Dame players here in town.
We woke up to text messages this morning from friends and stuff. Are we okay and this and that?
The Shrout family's New Year's Eve trip to New Orleans was supposed to be a celebration, but now
the authorities have asked that we stay in our hotels today as much as possible.
Campbellsport native Billy Shrout has been a key cog in leading Notre Dame this season. His parents Jenna and Tim spent part of Tuesday afternoon in the French Quarter before heading back to their hotel.
And it was just a ton of people. But we were not down there last evening.
It feels familiar to many in southeastern Wisconsin. The similarities to the 2021 Waukesha Christmas parade attack are undeniable.
Suspect goes around a police barricade. Law enforcement is present,
and still has managed to get on the parade route.
Former Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Brian Doro said the motives behind the two may be different, but trying to prevent them is the same.
But you're going to see changes in the way we do business and perhaps even industry standards for what is needed.
Doro said physical barriers and a law enforcement presence can only do so much to prevent an attack, especially if the attacker has little regard for their own life. The Dancing Grannies posted about the New Orleans attack, writing, "It's a long, hard road. While you will never be the same, healing is possible." The Sugar Bowl game was postponed and rescheduled for Thursday at 3 p.m. local time. There is still uncertainty and concern on the streets of New Orleans, but the Shrouths will be in the stands cheering on Billy while also being cognizant of their surroundings.
Hopefully they're hollow threats, but I mean, obviously there's concern for everybody's safety.
And with that, we do want to remind you that we're continuing to stay on top of this story. The very latest developments, we will get them as soon as we confirm them. We will bring them to you. Stay with WWL Louisiana on all of our platforms online, including WWL+. It is 5:50 right now, though. Let's get over to meteorologist Alexa Trischler and the latest on today's forecast. Cool out there this morning, Alexa.
It is a very chilly start to our morning. We have a cool rest of the week on the way. Make sure you bundle up early today. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s now, so we could have some patchy frost north of the lake towards Bogalusa. So you may give yourself a few extra minutes if you're north of the lake. Could have to defrost those cars. It will be cold this morning. Lots of sunshine to come later today. Right now our winds are pretty light, except at the lakefront, still a bit breezy. Today we'll have plenty of sunshine, really calm, quiet weather, though the system off to our southwest will bring us some more cloud cover tonight and a very small chance for a stray shower late tonight and during the overnight hours. Temperatures this afternoon nice and refreshing in the 60s. You'll probably want a jacket and a sweatshirt all day today, since we will be pretty chilly in the evening again in the 50s tonight. Tomorrow, much of the same, though. In the morning, we'll have a few stray showers possible, very hit or miss. Most of us will just be dry. We'll have a few clouds around in the morning tomorrow with more sunshine in the afternoon. Tomorrow, temperatures are back in the mid 60s. And then we get into the weekend. We have a weak cool front that works in late tomorrow night, so it may just feel a little bit chillier going into Saturday. Here we go with the overnight, very small little chance for a few showers. Most of us not seeing much. And then we get a couple little spotty showers possible through early tomorrow morning. Saturday, we'll see an increase in our cloud cover, temperatures in the low 60s Saturday. Few scattered showers around on Saturday, but Sunday is our best bet to see some rain and thunderstorms. So Sunday, we could actually see a few severe thunderstorms later on in the day, some heavier rain as well. And we will be warming up on Sunday into the 70s. So plan for some rain and storms later in the weekend Sunday, and then very cold temperatures next week. It's going to be blustery, cold, and windy early next week. Temperatures only be in the 40s in the afternoons on Tuesday and Wednesday, and the mornings will be in the 20s and 30s. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
5:55 is the time now, and as we do continue our coverage here of the deadly attack on Bourbon Street, we're reflecting on several ways that you can help the victims of yesterday's terror attack. The United Way of Southeast Louisiana is accepting donations, with 100% of the money going to those impacted by this terrorist attack.
And we do want to get to the very latest information here on what we know. 14 people killed, 15 if you include the suspect here, confirmed dead, shot, killed by New Orleans police. The suspect here, he's been identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar. We have learned that he is from the Houston area and was in the Army. At least 35 others were injured when he did what you see here in this video, driving that truck along Bourbon Street there, running over them. The FBI leading this investigation, and while the mayor has issued an emergency declaration for the city, there's also one declared by the governor too.
Coming up in just a few minutes on the WBL Louisiana Morning News, we'll have more on our team coverage of the terror attack on Bourbon Street. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Stay clear from Bourbon Street. And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
approaching the 26-hour mark since that deadly attack on Bourbon Street. As the investigation does continue, though, at 6 a.m. on this Thursday, January 2nd, we do mean it when we say good morning to you, and we continue our coverage there from the incident from Bourbon Street. Reporters throughout the area. I'm Brandon Walker.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Brianna Boudreau. I think it's important to take that moment, even though we have so much to cover and so many of our reporters we're going to check in with and give us the very latest in this horrific attack. But it's important to take a moment and say good morning. You know, we are in this together, and we know that New Orleans, if one thing, is resilient, and the people are resilient. And so we'll piece this together bit by bit and give you the information you need this morning. But we're grateful that you're spending your morning with us. We're going to get into what we know so far at the 6 o'clock hour. We know that 14 people have been killed. Those are 14 innocent people, 15 including the suspect who was killed by New Orleans police. A number of other people have been reported as injured. We know so many in the hospital, and we're still working to get a lot of those status of those people, but at least 30 plus. The suspect who you saw there a moment ago, Shamsud Din Jabbar, was killed by New Orleans police, as I mentioned, after they say he intentionally drove that rented truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street who had just rung in the new year. The FBI is leading the investigation. The agency was also looking into several other possible suspects that could have been tied to this attack, but we've learned that they have all since been cleared.
Mayor LaToya Cantrell has issued an emergency declaration for the city of New Orleans. Also, Governor Jeff Landry has issued a state of emergency for the parish of Orleans. Meantime, Sugar Bowl game between Georgia and Notre Dame, it's been delayed until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
As we mentioned, we have team coverage of this attack, getting all the details as this investigation continues from across the city.
Our Leah McNeil, she's going to start us off this morning near the scene of the attack there in the French Quarter at Canal and Bourbon with the very latest. Leah, good morning.
Were not in effect. Hey guys, yeah, still very much an active scene here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon, and there's still a very heavy law enforcement presence out here. We're talking about state police, NOPD, among other law enforcement agencies. We did see that pretty big Jefferson Parish mobile unit leave the scene a little bit earlier. We were out here yesterday when they first arrived, so they've been out here for nearly well over 12 hours at this point. We're looking to see whenever any additional of those forces do return, but nonetheless, the message is clear this morning. Bourbon Street is still closed. They're still asking people not to make their way here and around this area. I took a couple walk down a few blocks, and there are the streets that are around the corner that are still closed today. So if you do try to come down here, you won't have much luck because there's a heavy law enforcement presence still, and several streets are closed both on the Canal side of the quarter and on the Rampart side of the quarter. And we've been out here since about midnight, and we have been seeing quite a bit of movement out here. There have been crews kind of starting that process of cleaning Bourbon Street. Ivy Waste crews have been out here making multiple units throughout the quarter cleaning up. Also, we did see some debris that was being hauled off, including that the construction crane that person drove into that crowd on Bourbon Street did hit. We're talking about 42-year-old. The 42-year-old has been identified by the federal agents who did drive through that crowd this morning. We do know his name is 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. He did hit that crane. That crane has since been hauled away. Also, a powered wheelchair that was mangled that was moved away as well. So just kind of give you more of an idea of how just horrific this scene was. Federal agents do say that when they did check that car after, of course, neutralizing that suspect, they did find an ISIS flag, a long gun, as well as IEDs. Those are explosive devices. They also found other explosive devices in the quarters. Those have since been located and safely secured here. They do say that there is no threat right now when it comes to those explosive devices in and around the French Quarter. A big question, though, this morning still is what's going to be done to make sure that the bollards that do prevent incidents like this, prevent cars from driving into the streets of crowds is being implemented. Mayor Cantrell said that those were down because they are being repaired for the Super Bowl. Nonetheless, the governor is saying that he will be actively working to make sure that more funding is allocated toward that project.
We recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can.
Now, in addition to declaring that emergency declaration, the governor has also called in about 100 National Guardsmen just to help out police as they continue to just really focus a lot of their efforts here as they continue that investigation. The FBI is still in charge of this investigation. Again, they're still asking folks to continue to reach out to their digital tip line and give them a call at that 1-800 number if they do have any information that can help them out with their ongoing investigation. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Leah, thank you for that. And a major part of this investigation is the suspect himself. Although he was shot and killed, investigators still working to learn more about him, and not to dwell in this question, but it is very important as to why he did what he did.
Yeah, we still don't know if he has any ties to New Orleans, why this city was the one that he chose, but we are still learning more about Shamsud Din Jabbar. Mike McDaniel is joining us live from Bourbon and Dumaine with a closer look into the suspect. Good morning, Mike.
Hey there, good morning to you all again. Well, the cleaning crews have kind of made their way through Bourbon Street or through this area. Most of the trash is gone behind me, and we are getting our very first view down Bourbon Street this morning since all of this happened. You can see, as far as we can see, I see absolutely no one. Some headlights down kind of, I'd say 6, 7, 8 blocks down there. Of course, the investigation is still ongoing. Bourbon Street is still closed when it comes to vehicle traffic as well as pedestrians. So we haven't seen a whole lot of people out here. It's just been some people kind of coming out of their hotels with luggage, getting into lifts and Ubers, heading off to the airport, we presume. But you mentioned, the man at the center of all of this and all of the question marks that really surround why he was here, why he chose New Orleans, what his connections are. A lot of those questions we don't have answers to yet, but we do know the investigation into 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar stretches from here in New Orleans all the way to Houston, Texas, which is where authorities believe he was living. And as of late last night, investigators were still searching through his home in Houston, which is expected to last through this morning. Back here in New Orleans, that area outside of the home, that Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood where Jabbar is believed to have been staying in, that is still blocked off. Investigators will be back out there throughout the day. So here's what else we do know about the man who committed this act of terrorism. Jabbar was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. He was involved in real estate at some point. He was a graduate of Georgia State University and served in the U.S. military. And according to an Army spokesman, Jabbar was a human resource specialist and an information technology specialist. That was from 2007 to 2015. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve as an IT specialist from 2015 to 2020, so well educated here. He even deployed to Afghanistan for most of 2009, holding the rank of staff sergeant by the end of service. One of his fellow soldiers, his name is Peter Hitt, he took an IT class with Jabbar back in 2010. He says Jabbar was top of his class.
From day one, you can tell that his knowledge in the IT field was better than everyone else's. I still thought that he was still a somewhat good guy. He was genuine. He was nice. I would not categorize him as being a Muslim extremist at that time when I knew him. Not at all. I think sometime between when I knew him and now, he got radicalized.
Now, Heap said Jabbar did used to make pro-Islamic posts on Facebook, but nothing radical. Now, the FBI, of course, is looking into what connections Jabbar may have had with any terrorist organization. The agency did confirm Jabbar had an ISIS flag on that rented truck that he used in this attack. And President Joe Biden heard from him last night. He said in the hours before the attack, Jabbar posted a video online indicating that he was inspired by ISIS and had a desire to kill. Now, the FBI did clear those individuals who were seen near those improvised explosive devices that they were looking for, so they no longer believe to be connected to this investigation or to Jabbar. But of course, the FBI is still looking into whether there may be other people involved. But right now, they are still trying to figure it all out. Live in the French Quarter, Mike McDaniel, WWL, Louisiana. Bree, Brandon.
We do appreciate your reporting, Mike. Thank you. And no matter his background, what we do know is that he killed 14 people. Some 35 others are injured.
Yeah, we've been working to identify all of those victims. Whitney Miller has more on those who have been identified so far.
At least 15 people have died in this senseless tragedy. The names of these people are slowly being identified as families are being notified. The first death we confirmed was of 18-year-old Nakaira Cheyenne Dido. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi, and a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. Then there is 37-year-old father of two, Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by the truck. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. The third fatality we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh, a Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football star. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries. His athletic director confirmed his death. She says he was in New Orleans for the holidays. Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021, and he was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm.
First catch of the season for Besh.
And then there's 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio. He's the youngest of three boys and a Pearl River Central grad. For most of Wednesday, his family hadn't heard from him. And then they got the tragic news. And then there's Nicole Perez, a 28-year-old mother from Metairie who died in the attack. Perez had just been promoted to manager at Kimmy's Deli at Lakeway. Her 4-year-old son is in the care of a loved one, and she was remembered as a good mom and wanted to be successful. And finally, we learned about Kareem Bawadi, one of the two Episcopal School of Baton Rouge alumni victims who died as a result of their injuries. A prayer service will be held at the Lewis Family Memorial Chapel on Thursday at 6 p.m.
Now, we've also learned the identity of a seventh victim. Hubert Guttrow was 21 years old. His family initially posted on social media that he was missing, later confirmed that he had died. He was a 2021 graduate of Archbishop Shaw High School.
Now, people around New Orleans, across the country, they're looking for ways to help the victims here of the attack.
Yeah, so one of those ways that you can do that, the Blood Center hosting an emergency blood drive to address critical need for donations following this tragedy. There were about 40 people yesterday who lined up to help out outside of the Metairie location to donate, but of course we'd love to see plenty more people out today. So if you would like to be one of those people to donate blood, all the New Orleans area locations will be open today until 7 p.m. The Pelican Athletic Club, though, in Mandeville, and the Blood Center corporate office, those will both close at 5 p.m. The New Orleans St. Vincent de Paul location on Canal Street closes at 6. 6:12. Let's get a check on our forecast now with meteorologist Alexa Truschler. Good morning.
Yeah, it is a cold start to our morning. Make sure you bundle up and wear a heavy jacket throughout the morning hours. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s now. Some patchy frost likely on the North Shore now, farther away from the lake. So give yourself a few extra minutes. You may have to defrost those cars if you are north of the lake. It will be very chilly in the morning, but we do have plenty of sunshine on the way. Temperatures will be in the low 60s this afternoon. Nice seasonable weather on tap for today. Tonight we'll see an increase in cloud cover. There is a very small chance for a couple stray showers late tonight and during the overnight hours through early tomorrow morning, but most of us will be dry. Tonight will be chilly with temperatures in the 40s and 50s heading into tomorrow morning. We have cool weather on the way to go into the weekend. 60s today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Very small chance for a few showers again Saturday, but our best bet for some heavy rain and storms does arrive on Sunday, plus some big time cold weather coming our way next week. We'll talk all about it coming up later on in the show.
All right, Alexa, we do thank you. And as we mentioned, the Sugar Bowl was pushed back to today so that extra precautions could be taken.
Law enforcement says they are increasing security measures to ensure public safety at today's games and celebrations. That's sure to have thousands of those attending. Rachel Hanley is live.
What makes what happened here in New Orleans extremely bad is just the magnitude of what this time period meant for us. Not only the New Year's Eve celebrations here, but also thousands here because of the college football quarterfinal, the Sugar Bowl game between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Yeah, to have so many people in our city getting a chance to celebrate the beauty of New Orleans, and that was stolen away. Supporters for both teams who were out on Bourbon during this attack have heard about the attack. May now have concerns about security, but the city wants to reassure fans that every precaution is being taken to keep everyone safe. Rachel Hanley is joining us from the Superdome. Rachel, how are things going to look different than, initially the Sugar Bowl would have looked?
Yeah, what we've been hearing over and over is that there is going to be a very big law enforcement presence here for the Sugar Bowl later today. Even 9 hours before kickoff right now, we're already starting to see that. From our vantage point here on this side of the Superdome, we can see at least 3 police cars with their lights on just stationed here waiting, and we've also seen more, both LSP and NOPD, going up and down this street the entire time we've been out here. And yesterday, we had seen them making some preparations in advance, too. We saw law enforcement agents out here doing sweeps of the area. At the press conference that we've been showing you clips of all morning, NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick had kind of given us a little bit of insight into what exactly they mean when they say sweeps. She said they're looking for any kind of suspicious packages, boxes, bags, ice chests, that kind of thing. They're also using bomb-sniffing dogs, which she says they will be bringing out again today. And we also found out that during the game and before it, the dome and the area around it will be locked down. Now, we also heard from the CEO of the Sugar Bowl itself at that press conference yesterday, and that's whenever he had announced that instead of the game being held last night, it would be held today. Other than that, though, he said he's expecting everything to go according to plan today.
And we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us.
Our first kind of glimpse at how the attack and the postponement of the game will affect attendance will be around 11 o'clock. That's when a tailgating event starts at Champion Square. After that, the doors to the actual dome itself will open at 1, and then kickoff is at 3 p.m. today. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
6:20 on your Thursday morning. We're going to check your forecast now. It is a cold start to the morning. Make sure you bundle up and layer up. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s right now. Could see some patchy frost right now north of the lake, so give yourself a few extra minutes. You may have to defrost your cars, especially for Bogalusa. 35 degrees there, 37 in Slidell, 40s down the bayou and on the South Shore. Today will be a nice and quiet day, though. We'll have this system off to our southwest that will bring us an increase in our moisture level, so we'll have an increase in cloud cover tonight. But today will feature plenty of sunshine, nice and refreshing. This afternoon, temperatures will be seasonable in the 60s. Beautiful quiet weather, but tonight there is a small chance for an isolated shower late tonight and during the early morning hours of tomorrow, though it's not going to be much. Most of us will be dry. Tomorrow we'll have partly cloudy skies, temperatures back in the 60s. Another wonderful day tomorrow. So here's a look at what we have going on tonight with that increase in cloud cover. There's a possibility for 1 or 2 isolated small showers in the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. Again, most of us will not see much. We'll have a few clouds around early tomorrow morning with clearing happening tomorrow with sunshine in the afternoon. We get into this weekend, another cool front moves in for Saturday, and we get into Saturday a little bit cooler, temperatures in the lower 60s. More clouds moving in Saturday with a few spotty showers. Saturday, though, our best chance for some rain and storms comes on Sunday. We warm up very quickly Sunday back into the 70s. Then we'll have some scattered showers and thunderstorms throughout the day, especially later in the day. And then another cold front will push in by early Monday, bringing us blustery, cold, and windy days going into next week. But as we go into Sunday, we'll be watching for a severe weather risk. We could have a few strong to severe storms throughout the area on Sunday, especially north of the lake. And then we turn ahead to a really cold stretch of days next week. Temperatures will be in the 40s only in the afternoons. Nights and mornings, bitter cold. We'll see temperatures in the 20s on the North Shore and 30s on the South Shore getting into next week. Stick around. We'll be right back after this break.
At Wellstar,
Our world-renowned doctors and nurses understand more than just your care plan. They understand you. Wellstar, more than healthcare, people care.
Another big story that's gripped the nation over in Las Vegas, a cyber truck exploding outside President-elect Trump's hotel in Las Vegas yesterday, just hours after the attack on Bourbon Street. One person in that truck killed, several others there injured.
Yeah, the truck appears to have been rented from that same app that the vehicle here in New Orleans was rented from before the attacks. The FBI is also investigating this case, but it's not clear if there is any connection between the two events at this point. CBS Jared Hill has the latest details.
Caught on surveillance video, a Tesla Cybertruck exploding at the front door of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas Wednesday morning.
We had three explosions.
Authorities are now investigating the incident as a possible act of terror.
It looks like mortars from like a firework.
Investigators say gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars were found in the back of the vehicle. The truck had only just pulled up to the hotel.
It was sitting in the porte-cochere for about 15 seconds before it exploded.
One person inside of the Cybertruck was killed, 7 bystanders nearby injured, with 2 taken to the hospital and released. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who's working as a government efficiency advisor for President-elect Donald Trump, posted on X, the evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion, noting not even the lobby doors were broken. As investigators search for answers, this is believed to be an isolated incident. The motive still unknown. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Very violent start to 2025 here in the United States of America. Our team coverage of the ongoing investigation into the tragic attack here in Bourbon Street. It continues after the break.
Yeah, we have response from both federal and state officials on this attack. Plus, we've got several reporters, as you see here, standing by live. Leah McNeil, Mike McDaniel, Richard Hanley, they'll all join us live from across the area with the latest details on that attack and today's postponed Sugar Bowl game. We'll be right back.
Louisiana Morning News begins with breaking news.
6:30 now is the time. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us here this morning, even though it is a dark morning, but still we are grateful that you chose to wake up with us. We're bringing you the very latest, your live team coverage this Thursday, January 2nd, as we continue to piece together and learn more about the mass casualty terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street, as so many people were just working to bring in the new year. I'm Brianna Boudreau.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Brandon Walker here, and there is hope in a new day as we do look forward to what the new day has to bring. With that, we do, however, want to walk you through what we know, the very latest on this investigation. 14 people killed, 15 if you do count the suspect here, 35 others injured. That suspect, you see him here, Shamsud Din Jabbar. He was killed by NOPD after they say he intentionally drove his truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. You saw cell phone videos showing the moment he turned from Canal onto Bourbon, accelerating big time. The FBI is leading this investigation. That agency investigating other suspects, or they had been, but they have since cleared those suspects.
Mayor LaToya Cantrell has issued an emergency declaration for the city, and also Governor Jeff Landry has issued a state of emergency for the parish. Meanwhile, the Sugar Bowl game between Georgia and Notre Dame has been was delayed until 3 this afternoon.
We do have team coverage this morning of the very latest on this investigation across the city.
As you see here, our reporter is standing by to give you the very latest information. We're going to start with Leah McNeil's joining us from near the scene of the attack where it started in the French Quarter with the very latest. Good morning, Leah.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, I just talked to Council President Helena Moreno, who did say that the FBI has cleared Bourbon Street right now, but that investigation still remains ongoing. And it's still an active scene out here with several law enforcement agencies still out here. We're talking about state troopers, NOPD officers still out here. Now, even though the FBI has cleared the scene, she did say that there's still no word yet as to when Bourbon Street will reopen. She says that is going to be at the call of Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick and, of course, the mayor. She also mentioned that we do expect to hear from Superintendent Kirkpatrick later on today about some additional safety measures that will be put in place in the meantime, of course, after this horrific attack. We've been out here, though, since about midnight, been seeing a whole lot of movement happening right here behind me at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon, where this attack really first started. We do now know that that person that FBI has identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. Surveillance video does show him driving up Canal and then turning around an NOPD unit, then barreling down the sidewalk, and then he made it about 3 blocks down Bourbon Street before he hit a construction lift and, of course, got out the car and unfortunately tried to fire at officers who returned fire and ended up killing Jabbar. Now, we still have a lot of questions surrounding this incident, but we do know that the FBI did tell us that inside that car they did find an ISIS flag, a long gun, and also some explosives inside that car, and also found other explosives around the city. They say that those have since been located, and they are no threat to the public right now. Still, there are a lot of concerns, though, when it comes to those blockages that we do have in the quarter. They were down due to those ongoing repairs associated with the Super Bowl, but Governor Jeff Landry says that there needs to be more done and quickly to make sure that we are ready for the Super Bowl and, of course, Mardi Gras that's coming right around the corner.
We knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras, and the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one.
Now, as a part of that permanent solution, Governor Jeff Landry did mention allocating some type of funding in the state's budget to make sure that the city of New Orleans has that money dedicated to actually make sure that those billers are funded properly and are always working here in the quarter, because we are a tourist city, especially this part of the quarter with people coming in and out. We always have multiple events, so he says that he wants to make sure that it is safe and that it is fixed as soon as possible. On top of that, enhanced in law enforcement presence here, there will be at least 100 National National Guardsmen that will be here out and about around the city. Of course, we do still have the Sugar Bowl that will be happening later on this afternoon, and still a lot of people here in town as well. So again, Council President Helena Moreno did say that the FBI has wrapped up their investigation on Bourbon Street. They've cleared the scene, but the investigation to this entire incident, though, remains ongoing. Reporting live at Canal and Bourbon, Leah McNeil, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Leah, thank you so much. 6:35 is the time. The suspect in this case we know has been identified, as Leah was speaking about there. He was shot and killed by NOPD during this attack, but there are still a lot of questions as to why this happened.
Yeah, also his connections, if any, to New Orleans, still digging into that. Our Mike McDaniel joins us now from Bourbon and Dumaine with a closer look at that side of the story here. Mike, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning again. As the day breaks here in the French Quarter, we are starting to be able to get a much better view down Bourbon Street. IV waste crews are still kind of out here picking up some last remaining bits of trash. Of course, all of that from New Year's Eve celebrations on into New Year's Day. You can just take a look. State troopers posted all around us here in the French Quarter at Dumaine and Bourbon. Of course, this is where it's blocked off about 9 blocks from Canal Street, where we just saw Leah. If you look down Bourbon, there's just no one that we can see down there other than some parked cars. This would normally be a time a lot of businesses really cleaning on the outside of their businesses after a busy night, that kind of thing. None of that happening today. Of course, we don't know, as Leo was mentioning, when Bourbon Street will be reopened at that point. That, of course, will be up to the police superintendent as well as city leaders. When it comes to the investigation of the suspect here, Shamsud Din Jabbar, this stretches all the way to Houston, Texas, where he was living. You know, as of late last night, we were checking this morning as well. Investigators still searching that home in Houston. No one has been arrested in Houston at this point. We've gotten word that they're still just continuing to investigate, trying to figure out what type of connections that you're talking about he may have to New Orleans. Back here in the city of New Orleans, that area outside the home, that Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood where Jabbar is believed to have been staying, is blocked off still. Investigators, of course, will be there throughout the day. So here's what we know about the man who committed this act. He was born in Beaumont, Texas, born and raised. He was currently living in Houston, where that home was, and he was also involved in some real estate. He has some online footprints in regards to real estate. He's been talking about that online. There was a video posted on YouTube that has since been deleted. He was a graduate of Georgia State University, served in the U.S. military. According to a spokesman from the Army, Jabbar was a human resource specialist and information technology specialist. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve. He spent some time in Afghanistan, holding the rank of staff sergeant by the time he left service. A former classmate of Jabbar from Beaumont says Jabbar was smart, he was friendly, and he talked with everyone.
Just from knowing him personally as an adolescent to 18, I mean, I'm just shocked. He was well respected, carried himself well, and I mean, you just wouldn't think that he would do something like this.
You know, Brandon, you and I were talking yesterday as this was all unfolding. You know, a lot of the questions would surround who this person was, what his connections were, and we were just talking about you and Bree were that we don't know the answers to those just yet, and of course that will come in time, but we are starting to get little pieces of the puzzle as these bits of information come out about the suspect. Of course, more to come as this investigation continues. Live in the Quarter, Mike McDaniel, WWL, Louisiana, guys.
All right, Mike, we appreciate your reporting there. As we said earlier, 14 innocent people were killed. The suspect was also killed in this attack.
We are working to identify all of the victims here. 18-year-old Nakara Cheyenne Ditto, 27-year-old Tiger Besh, 37-year-old Reggie Hunter, 28-year-old Nicole Perez, 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio, 21-year-old Hubert Gautreau, and Kareem Badwi are 7 of the 14 victims we have been able to identify. We do have this article on the front page of our website, WWLTV.com. You can learn more about what we've learned about them. Also, we've got some links for families who are raising money to unfortunately cover funeral costs as their lives were taken away from them yesterday morning. Front page, WWLTV.com.
People around New Orleans, across the country, they're all looking for ways to support the victims of this attack.
Yeah, the Blood Center, they are hosting an emergency blood drive today to address an already critical need for blood here, and it's even more critical after this tragedy. A line of more than 40 people did show up outside the Metairie location to donate yesterday after our Meg Ferris reported live from the headquarters there showing those empty refrigerators. If you would like to do the same, all New Orleans area locations will be open today until 7, except for the Pelican Athletic Club in Mandeville and the Blood Center corporate office. They both close at 5. And the New Orleans St. Vincent de Paul location on Canal Street is going to close at 6.
The attack on Bourbon Street delayed the college football playoff quarterfinals Sugar Bowl game between the Georgia Bulldogs and Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That was set to begin yesterday. We know that they're not playing until today now. It is going to start this afternoon, and this, of course, happening just less than a mile from where the attack took place.
Yeah, got a lot of fans in town for that game being postponed until this afternoon. The Superdome was closed throughout the day for sweeps that took place, so security and safety top of mind of those who do plan to go to the game. Rachel Hanley live outside the Superdome with the very latest on security measures there. Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning. Yeah, security and safety, as you mentioned, are really the two top of mind concerns for everybody who is coming to the Sugar Bowl today. As you mentioned, this is a mile away and a day and a half after this attack happened, and already the city is gathering thousands of people together in one spot. So it's something we've really been pressing law enforcement and city leaders about ahead of kickoff at 3 o'clock today. So far, especially as the sun's been coming out a little bit, we're seeing that presence here in front of the Superdome already. There's a handful of police officers stationed around here with their lights on. We've seen a few more, including NOPD and LSP, going back and forth down this road. A minute ago, we even saw a few speeding by with their lights and sirens on, but we don't know if that's related to this at all. You also mentioned the sweeps that they had done yesterday. That's going to be a big part of their strategy. We got a little bit of insight into what exactly they're looking for in these sweeps at the press conference. We've been showing you clips from yesterday. NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick had said that officers are mostly looking for suspicious ice chests, bags, packages, boxes, that kind of thing. And they're also bringing bomb-sniffing dogs around the area. Another thing she said that caught our attention was that the Superdome and the area around the Superdome are going to be on lockdown during the game. And we also know from the Sugar Bowl itself that the clear bag policy will still be in effect for tomorrow, and there will still be the regular police patrols around the dome during the game.
New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events. Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area.
People will start showing up for the Sugar Bowl within the next few hours, because the first event that we have on the schedule actually starts at 11, and that's the Tailgate Town event at Champion Square at 1 o'clock. 2 hours after that, the dome itself will open for people with Sugar Bowl tickets, and then kickoff is at 3 o'clock today. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
6:43 on your Thursday morning. It's a chilly start to the day. Make sure you bundle up and layer up this morning. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s. We could have some frosty spots north of the lake. We'll be cold in the morning hours, nice and cool in the afternoon with plenty of sunshine. Temperatures will make it into the low to mid 60s later on this afternoon. Tonight will be chilly in the 50s. We'll have an increase in cloud cover tonight. And then late tonight and during the overnight hours, there could be a few little spotty showers around. Very hit or miss. Most of us will be dry. Temperatures will be down in the 40s and 50s early tomorrow morning. We stay cool throughout the next 3 days, 60s today, tomorrow, and Saturday. A few little showers around on Saturday. More rain and storms on Sunday and a warm up, and then really cold weather next week. We'll talk more about it coming up after this break.
Our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who were killed, to all those who were injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come.
That was President Joe Biden last night addressing the nation following the terror attack on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, the president also mentioned another incident that happened yesterday that's getting a lot of attention. Investigators looking into whether it too was a terror attack and possibly linked to what happened here. They don't know just yet, but yesterday a Cybertruck, at this point you see here, it exploded outside of President-elect Donald Trump's hotel in Las Vegas. Person inside the truck, that person was killed. Several others nearby injured. It appears to have been rented, the vehicle it is, the Tesla, rented from the same app as the vehicle used in the New Orleans attack. The FBI is also investigating that, but it is not clear this morning if there is any connection between those two unfortunate events.
Saints players and leadership took time from preparing for their final game of the season on Sunday to share their thoughts on the terror attack.
Yeah, interim head coach Darren Rizzi describes the moment he found out about that attack and how closely this hits close to home, considering his own children here.
It hits home with me personally because, I have 5 children between the ages of 17 and 26. And I could tell you early this morning, the first thing I thought of was my own son was out last night for New Year's Eve in this community. My daughter was home just last week and was down the French Quarter. This hits home. This community has welcomed me in for the last 6 years, and my family. And it's a sad day. Fortunately for me, he was at his friend's house sleeping over. And as I said, I'm blessed and I'm lucky and I'm fortunate because there's other kids that didn't go home to their families last night.
Many a parent sharing that sentiment. The Saints did release a statement saying players and staff are saddened by this tragedy, and they want Sunday's upcoming game to provide even a momentary distraction for the city. We do have a link to the Saints' full statement. That's for you on our website, wwltv.com. Right now, though, it's 6:49. Let's get over to it. Let's end today's forecast.
Yeah, it is a chilly start to our morning. Make sure you bundle up. It will be cold throughout the morning hours. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s right now. Lots of sunshine to come later today. We'll be seasonable in the 60s this afternoon, so cool and refreshing. Chilly tonight with more clouds. There is that very small chance for an isolated shower late tonight through early tomorrow morning. Very hit or miss. I think most of us will be dry, but don't be surprised if you see some sprinkles around early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow will be a nice day, though. Clouds in the morning, sun in the afternoon, temperatures in the 60s. We stay nice and cool through the weekend, and like I mentioned, we'll see an increase in our cloud cover heading into tonight, though overall we'll be quiet throughout the next several days. We warm up on Sunday back into the 70s. That's when we'll have a chance for some rain and storms, possibly some strong to severe storms later Sunday, and then next week it's going to be cold and windy. Temperatures will only be in the 40s in the afternoons on Tuesday and Wednesday. North Shore lows will be in the 20s, South Shore lows in the 30s, with very cold weather going into the second week of January on the way.
Our team coverage of the ongoing investigation into the terrorist attack on Bourbon Street continues after this break.
Yeah, we're working across with multiple crews throughout the area to bring you the very latest. Do stay with us here on WWL and WUPL at 7. We'll get the very latest from Leah McNeil, Mike McDaniel, also Rachel Hanley. They're live with the very latest on today's attack. Also, what is happening as we prepare for the Sugar Bowl this afternoon. Stay with us. 6:54 all morning long. We're bringing you live coverage this morning as the investigation into that horrific attack on Bourbon Street yesterday continues.
Here's what we know so far. 14 people have been killed by including the suspect who was killed by law enforcement. That man, Shamsud Din Jabbar, was killed by NOPD during the attack after they say he intentionally drove his truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. Now the FBI has taken over the investigation. The agency was investigating other people who they believe to be suspects in this terror attack, but we've since learned that they have cleared them all.
Mayor LaToya Cantrell has issued an emergency declaration for the city. Also, Governor Jeff Landry has issued a state of emergency for Orleans Parish. Meantime, the Sugar Bowl game between Georgia and Notre Dame has been delayed until 3 o'clock this afternoon. We do have all information that you need here, everything that has been confirmed by authorities and our reporting team for you on our website, WWLTV.com, including what to expect if you do have tickets to the Sugar Bowl. What those security and safety concerns are and precautions that have been made. That special live coverage also continues this morning from 9 until 11 on WWL Plus as we continue to stream live on it as well. Our live team coverage stays on WWL Channel 4 this morning and WUPL. Stay with us at 7. We'll be right back.
On WWL TV. Stay clear from Bourbon Street.
And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us on the WBL Louisiana Morning News. It is Thursday, January 2nd. I'm Brianna Boudreau.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Brandon Walker, and we do mean it when we say good morning to you, because it does make a difference, considering all through which we have been now some 27 hours just about since that attack took place right here in our city. We do have team coverage this morning on that breaking news here. New Year's Day turned tragedy when a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. Here's what we know so far. 15 people are dead, killed. That does include the suspect who was killed by police. That suspect has been identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar. The targeted attack is being investigated as terrorism, and the FBI is leading this investigation, as we've told you. Governor Jeff Landry has declared a state of emergency for Orleans Parish, as has Mayor LaToya Cantrell.
This morning, as we mentioned, we have team coverage as this story continues to develop and unfold today. We have several crews throughout the area, including 2 in the French Quarter. We're going to start things off with Liam McNeil, who is on Bourbon and Canal, and then we'll follow up with Mike McDaniel, who's on Bourbon and Dauphine.
The team coverage does continue with Rachel Handley, who is talking Superdome security. There has been heightened since the attack there ahead of the Sugar Bowl, and so with that, we do want to get straight to Rachel to set us up, Rachel, on what we need to know today as far as safety and security concerns are there at the Dome.
Well, it is definitely something we have been talking about a lot. I mean, kickoff is going to happen 36 hours and less than a mile away from where this attack happened. So it's something we've been pressing law enforcement and city leaders about a lot. They've been telling us there's going to be a lot of added security for the game today, which was postponed from yesterday. Right now, even 8 hours before kickoff, we're already seeing a good amount of police cars with their lights on stationed on this side of the Superdome, at least 3 or 4 just from our vantage point. And yesterday we saw sweeps happening. We kind of started to get an idea of how that security was progressing whenever we saw the University of Georgia's football team leave their hotel around 6 o'clock to come to the Superdome and do a walkthrough. We know that by then the area had been deemed safe for people to come. So sweeps happening all day. The NOPD superintendent told us at that press conference that we have been showing you clips of all morning that those sweeps are looking for suspicious objects, and they're also bringing out bomb-sniffing dogs, which will also be here today. This is what she had to say with a little bit more detail about what those sweeps will entail.
We have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow.
So 7 o'clock right now, we're going to start seeing crowds coming here around 11 o'clock. That's for Tailgate Town, which is an event that the Sugar Bowl is putting on in Champion Square. So at that point, we should get a better idea of how the attack and how them postponing the game could affect attendance today. As we said, kickoff is at 3 o'clock. Doors to the Superdome open at 1 o'clock this afternoon. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL Louisiana.
Rachel, thank you so much. And as we mentioned, we continue with team coverage with crews spread all across the area who've been there very early since this morning, just giving us the very latest in this case. One of those being the why. We still don't have a lot of answers surrounding this, but investigators continue to dig into who the suspect was and why this tragedy may have happened.
Right, and it's not our intention to dwell in his past, but those questions are crucial as investigators do work to get to the bottom of what happened here. Our team coverage continues with Mike McDaniel. He's live in the French Quarter at Bourbon and Dumaine with the latest on that front. Mike.
Yeah, and getting the answers to those questions that you were just talking about by delving into his past a little bit hopefully answers the why that we don't know. We don't know the why, but we do know the who. 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. Now, of course, the investigation into his involvement here stretches from New Orleans all the way to Houston, which is where authorities believe he was living at the time. Of course, investigators were out at his home in Houston yesterday, searching, doing an investigation. That's stretching now into today, just like the investigation behind me here on Bourbon Street. We have members from Troop G State Police, which is actually the Shreveport area. They're down here helping to secure Bourbon Street and the Fridge Quarter. They're preventing people from going down Bourbon, but compared to what Bourbon was a little bit earlier this morning when we first got here, it's drastically different. The cleaning crews have come through, pretty much taken out all the trash, and it's pretty cleared up at this point. There's just no one being allowed onto Bourbon Street. Here in New Orleans, when it comes to that Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood that authorities believe Jabbar was staying in while in New Orleans, that has been blocked off as well, that section or that area around the home. Investigators, of course, will be back out there today. So here's what we do know about this suspect and this act of terrorism. Jabbar was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, currently living in Houston, involved in real estate at some point. He was a graduate of Georgia State University and served in the U.S. military. Now, according to an Army spokesman, Jabbar was a human resource specialist as well as an information technology specialist. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve. He spent a year in 2009 in Afghanistan doing a tour there. He held the rank of staff sergeant, and he was highly educated. Even one fellow soldier, Peter Heap, who took an IT class with Jabbar back in 2010, said Jabbar was top of his class.
From day one, you can tell that his knowledge in the IT field was better than everyone else's. I still thought that he was still a somewhat good guy. He was genuine, he was nice. I would not categorize him as being a Muslim extremist at that time when I knew him. Not at all. I think sometime between when I knew him and now, he got radicalized.
Well, since their time as fellow soldiers, Heap and Jabbar maintained contact mainly through social media, and Heap said that Jabbar had made some pro-Islamic posts on Facebook, but nothing radical that would raise any type of alarm for him. Of course, the FBI is now looking into whatever connections Jabbar may have with any type of terrorist organization, if he had any at all. That's part of that why we don't know yet. Of course, we heard from the President Joe Biden last night, saying that in the hours before the attack, Jabbar posted a social media video saying that he was inspired by ISIS and that he was his desire was to kill people, and of course we know that's exactly what happened. And just a note here, of course, we were reporting yesterday that the FBI was looking into some other suspects potentially who may be involved. They were seen near those IEDs, those improvised explosive devices, but those suspects have since been cleared, not believed to be connected to Jabbar. Now investigators still working to determine whether anyone else was involved. Live in the quarter, Mike McDaniel, WWL Louisiana, guys.
Mike, thank you so much. And we see those crews there already setting up those barriers and standing behind you. So we'll definitely follow up in a bit. And a heads up for anyone who uses public transportation.
Yeah, the RTA, they're making some changes to the service line following the attack. Buses, they're temporarily replacing the streetcar lines downtown. And with that, you've got to expect some delays too from lines 8, 55, and 91. So for updates here, you can check RTA's website, also the La Paz app. Our coverage does continue this morning there at Canal Street and Bourbon, where the center point of the investigation is. Our Leah McNeil is joining us live there with the latest on where things stand.
Well, guys, we still have a very heavy law enforcement presence here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon, but it stretches well beyond here. There's still quite a few law enforcement officers, state police, NOPD officers, some federal agents, and also military police. I saw a few of them that just recently made their way here on scene and walked towards and into the quarter. So again, still very heavy police presence here on scene. Now some over 24 hours since that man plowed into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street. As we all had mentioned earlier, that we do know that suspect is 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. He's a Texas native and an Army veteran. Just after 3 a.m. on New Year's Day, surveillance video does show a white truck that authorities do say they believe Jabbar rented before driving it here. That rental truck turned on Bourbon from Canal, and then it ultimately went around an NOPD unit and hit several people, ultimately killing 14 people, injuring 30 plus others. He did exchange fire with NOPD officers once he made it about 3 blocks in onto Bourbon Street. Ultimately, he was killed by those NOPD officers. Now, again, we do have a lot of questions this morning that continue to pop up about those barricades in the streets, those bollards. We do know that Mayor LaToya Cantrell did say that those were under repair due to the Super Bowl. Nonetheless, though, and Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick did say there are some things you just can't account for, like someone going around the blockage by the NOPD unit they did have in place and just driving around it on the sidewalk. So I did get a chance to speak to some city officials who have been out here. I did speak to Councilman Oliver Thomas, who did say that they will be looking into different ways that they can ensure that the streets are secured, even the sidewalks as well. But he says he does have a concern about making sure that they are ADA compliant, make sure that those bollards don't block access to people who are trying to get in and out of the quarter who have disabilities. So a lot of different things that they are still trying to work through and worry about. I also spoke to Council President Helena Moreno, who says that the FBI has cleared the scene here on Bourbon Street, but their investigation is still very much active and ongoing. They're still asking people to avoid Bourbon Street. Bourbon Street is not open, and at this time there is no word as of yet as to when it will reopen. So we'll continue to bring you all the latest here from this scene, but for now, reporting live at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon, Leah McNeil, WWL, Louisiana.
Leah's second morning there reporting from that very spot, Canal and Bourbon. Leah, we do appreciate your reporting.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, 14 people were killed in this terrorist attack. We've been working to identify all of those lives lost. Whitney Miller has more on what we know so far.
At least 15 people have died in this senseless tragedy. The names of these people are slowly being identified as families are being notified. The first death we confirmed was of 18-year-old Nakaira Cheyenne Dido. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi, and a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. Then there is 37-year-old father of two Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by the truck. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. The third fatality we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh, a Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football star. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries. His athletic director confirmed his death. She says he was in New Orleans for the holidays. Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021, and he was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm.
First catch of the season for Besh.
And then there's 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio. He's the youngest of three boys and a Pearl River Central grad. For most of Wednesday, his family hadn't heard from him. And then they got the tragic news. And then there's Nicole Perez, a 28-year-old mother from Metairie who died in the attack. Perez had just been promoted to manager at Kimmy's Deli at Lakeway. Her 4-year-old son is in the care of a loved one, and she was remembered as a good mom and wanted to be successful. And finally, we learned about Kareem Bawadi, one of the two Episcopal School of Baton Rouge alumni victims who died as a result of their injuries. A prayer service will be held at the Lewis Family Memorial Chapel on Thursday at 6 p.m.
And we've learned of another victim who has been identified, as you see here on your screen. Hubert Gautreaux, Archbishop Shaw High School, announced his death on social media. We've learned that he was just 21 years old. People around New Orleans and across the country, of course, at this point now just wondering, how can we help? How can we be a part of a solution here with what's going on, and of course support the victims of this tragic attack?
Donating blood is a start there. The Blood Center is hosting an emergency blood drive today to address that critical need for donations after the tragedy. You know, after we told you about the loss, our Meg Ferris was live showing you those empty refrigerators. A line of some 40 people showed up outside the Metairie location to donate yesterday, and if you would like to do so today, all New Orleans area locations open until 7 o'clock except for the Pelican Athletic Club in Mandeville and the Blood Center corporate office. They both close at 5, and the New Orleans St. Vincent de Paul location on Canal Street, which closes at 6. 7:13, we're going to take a break. We're back after this.
Stick with us.
7:15, welcome back here. You know, yesterday was supposed to be the Sugar Bowl. It also was New Year's Day coming out of New Year's Eve. But also for Louisianians, you had the Tournament of Roses Parade and the Louisiana float that's out there every year. With that, we had Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, who was in Pasadena yesterday. He joins us now live on the phone. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Are you still in Pasadena, or have you made the trip back home just yet?
No, we were able to get a flight this morning, so we're headed back this morning. We'll be heading to the airport in a few minutes.
And let's just start with where you would like to address this matter.
Well, it's a horrible, we want to keep everyone in our prayers, those families. And, to sum it up, the 6 o'clock yesterday morning, as they stepped out of the Rose headquarters to announce the winners of the parade floats, they did a moment of silence for those people in New Orleans, and then they announced that Louisiana won one of the floats awards. And with over 100 Louisianans out here, it's a little tough to celebrate what's going on back home and promote our great state here in California.
You know, there are so many things that our city was looking forward to. People visiting here in the city were looking forward to. And it's not just the games, right? People come for the game if they are maybe a fan or a parent of someone who's playing on either of the teams for the Sugar Bowl today. But, people come because they say, okay, we're going to go, we're playing in the Sugar Bowl this year, but also we get to go to New Orleans. We get to spend some time, and people will add time to their trip. What is the message that you want to send to anyone who is here in the city or maybe had plans to visit New Orleans? What do you want them to know?
Right.
Well, we obviously got some work to do, and you can't stop these things from happening. But I'm a little angry in the fact that some things in that French Quarter we've been trying to do for years have not gotten done. And to think that some of those barricades were in for repair with such a big event. And I was glad to hear the governor step up to the mic yesterday and said he's going to fix it. Because just like putting the New Orleans police in the French Quarter, which I saw improvements every day from what the state police were doing, somebody's got to take charge and get these things to give the confidence of the public we're doing everything we can to make it safe.
Most definitely, sir. And as you're speaking, we're seeing that cell phone video that perhaps you have seen, many have seen, of the moment the driver of the truck made that turn onto Bourbon Street, accelerating his speed. And at that point, bollards that were meant to be in place, as you mentioned, were not in place because they're being repaired for the Super Bowl. But I brought this point up yesterday to other area leaders as we were working to get to the bottom of what was the issue there. This was part of federal funding to put those in place to prevent situation like that from happening yesterday. So what needs to be done to make sure that there's more of a permanent plan in place for the maintenance of this product?
Well, it starts with leadership in the city, and you rely on things to happen that should be happening. I've been dealing with the French Quarter, trying to get it cleaned up and make it the shining star of our city since I've been lieutenant governor, and I failed miserably because they just don't see any urgency in making that all it could be. And that's from safety to clean. I mean, the city can't even get the garbage contract straight. So as I heard, I could see the governor's passion yesterday that he's going to get it fixed. And I got all the confidence in him. He will get it fixed. And it's just unfortunate people had to lose their life to see one of the many things that needs to be fixed in New Orleans if we're going to continue to grow our tourism industry and make people feel safe.
And that's a very critical conversation, particularly, sir, with the Super Bowl also set to be here next month. What do you know right now as far as those plans and preparations are concerned?
Well, I know, from Michael Heck being in charge of getting things cleaned up and fixed to the governor's team, I think after this incident, the governor will take a more direct role in making sure the NFL and everything that needs to be done is it gets done. And I think my message to people is, it's horrible this happened, but I can tell you, the governor, and just like his effort to put the state police in the French Quarter, I've seen the proactive approach they have taken, and we're going to have to take that on a state level, just like some of the laws we've changed in Baton Rouge to keep criminals in jail that keep getting out and committing crimes. We're just going to have all hands on deck to make sure we give the confidence back to the public that we can do this and fix it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we appreciate your time. Not even made it back here to New Orleans, and you're still on top of this, and we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us this morning.
Let's continue to pray for all those that were affected.
Yes, sir, we do. Thank you for your time. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser speaking to us from the airport there. Was in Pasadena for the Tournament of Roses parade. We showed you that video minutes after they had done so, the moment of silence after hearing about the tragedy here in New Orleans. And as we've told you, 14 people were killed by the driver of that truck. 7 of them have been identified. One of the people tragically lost their life was a young man by the name of Tiger Besh.
Besh played football at St. Thomas More in Lafayette before going on to play at Princeton. Lane Miller has more on the outpouring of support for his family.
The community gathered in prayer here at St. Thomas More to mourn the loss of Tiger Besh.
We needed to get together and do the number one thing that we can do for him, and that's pray.
Family and friends did just that, filling the chapel pews as they prayed the rosary for Tiger and his family. Others prayed over the Besh family in person.
We have some staff members that are very close with the family and have remained close. Our chaplain, Father Andrew Schumacher, also went to New Orleans to be with the family and just show support, be there for them.
St. Thomas More Principal Marty Cannon was Tiger's coach senior year of high school. Cannon says Besh was special.
I don't think there's ever been anybody like Tiger. I don't think there's ever going to be anybody like him, because between the athlete, and the depth and the character and just the way he held himself, he was a special guy.
As a school with around 100,000 alumni, Cannon says Tiger is one they won't forget.
Tiger left a huge mark on a lot of us. We could go on and on about how great of an athlete he was, but he was way more than that. He was a complete guy, and he was a stand-up guy that we really respected and honored, and we really liked. I can only imagine that it gives some consolation and some healing to the Besh family.
Cannon says losing Besh was not just a loss to STM, but the entire community.
Lane Miller reporting from our sister station in Lafayette, KLFY. Now, if you are still looking for a loved one or you need any information on victims of yesterday's attack, you are asked to call 311. That is if you live in New Orleans. But if you do live out of town, you're asked to call 504-539-3266. And we're going to continue to stay on top of this story. Stay with WWL Louisiana. However you get your information, you can find us on air and online. We also are streaming live at WWL+. 7:24 now. Let's get over to Alexa and today's forecast. A chip in the air.
That's
a
right.
Nip in the air, I should say.
Yeah, it's a really chilly start to our morning. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s. You'll need a jacket and a sweatshirt early today, but it will be a nice day overall. Lots of sunshine expected to come our way. 35 degrees in Bogalusa, so we'll have some frosty spots north of the lake. It's in the upper 30s across the North Shore for Slidell and into Mandeville. 40s on the South Shore. It is going to be chilly through the first part of today. We'll be talking more about your forecast, though, coming up in just a bit.
morning to you. As many are waking up this morning, a lot of you do have questions as the investigation into New Year's Day's deadly attack on Bourbon Street continues. The big question, how was this able to happen? And also what's being done to prevent something like this from happening again? President Joe Biden addressed the nation last night about the tragedy, saying the country will stand with the victims and their families as they grieve.
New Orleans is a place unlike any other place in the world. It's a city full of charm and joy. So many people around the world love New Orleans because of its history, its culture, and above all, its people. So I know, while this person committed a terrible assault on the city, the spirit of our New Orleans will never, never, never be defeated. It always will shine forth. We've seen that time and time again throughout its history, and I know we'll see it again in the days and weeks ahead. May God bless the people of New Orleans. May God bless our police and our first responders. May God protect our troops.
Now, the president added that his team is making sure every resource is available to federal, state, and local law enforcement as they do work to complete this investigation and to do so quickly, making sure that there is no remaining threat to the American people. It is 7:30. Quick break. We're back after this.
At Wellstar, our world-renowned doctors and nurses understand more than just your care plan. They understand you. Wellstar, more than healthcare, people care.
WWL Louisiana Morning News begins with breaking news.
And we know it has been a difficult morning for many who are waking up to this continued nightmare that we're dealing with after this terror attack that happened on Bourbon Street as people were just celebrating what was to be a joyous new year. But we do appreciate you starting the morning with us, and hopefully with our continued team coverage, we can give you just a little bit of relief getting to understand more about exactly what happened and what happens moving forward as our city is working to keep everyone safe. I'm Brianna Boudreau.
Good morning. I'm Brandon Walker. Thank you for joining us here on WWL Channel 4, also WUPL, WWL Plus, as we do stream live here and continuing to follow this breaking news, the terrorist attack that happened right here in our city on New Year's Day. We do want to walk you through what we know, the very latest on this investigation. 3:15 yesterday morning, you see the moment right here when the man driving the white truck you see in that video makes a direct turn onto Bourbon Street, immediately accelerates and kills people as he drives down the street. He has been identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar. 15 people dead, including Jabbar, who was shot by police as he engaged in a gunfire exchange with them, shooting 2 officers, in fact. Orleans Parish is now under a state of emergency as the FBI leads the investigation into this attack as an intentional act of terrorism. And with that, a lot of questions remain as to why this man did what he did. This morning, investigators are working to find out as much information about him so that they can answer that question.
Now, we don't know if there are any ties to the city that he may have. We are learning more, though, about his potential motive and other elements of his life. Mike McDaniel is joining us live from Bourbon. look at the suspect. Good morning, Mike.
Hey there, good morning. A little bit of news to pass along to you. I did have a law enforcement official kind of tell me that they do expect to open Bourbon Street a little later today, maybe around the noon hour. That time frame's a little fluid. That kind of lines up with everything that we've seen this morning with all of the crews out on the streets, getting all the trash cleared, getting it swept, getting them all hosed down, the sidewalks cleaned, and you can look behind me. Bourbon Street is pretty empty at this point. There are a few law enforcement officers kind of walking the street a little further down, and there's some state troopers kind of posted all around us. They're part of the troop that really looks out and covers Bourbon Street on major events. They were telling us a little bit earlier that they were all called in from around the state, so that's why we have a lot of different troops from these state patrol units here on the scene here in the French Quarter. All right, so let's talk about this suspect, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. The investigation into this man stretches from New Orleans to Houston, as we've been telling you all morning, where investigators are searching his residence there in the northern part of Houston. We don't have a whole lot of details as to what maybe investigators have found, other than the fact that they have served warrants and they are looking for any type of information as to maybe an explanation as to why he chose New Orleans to carry out this attack. Back here in New Orleans, that area outside of the home, that Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood where Jabbar is believed to have been staying, that area is still blocked off. Investigators will be there throughout the day. We do know that Jabbar was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. He was currently living in Houston, where that search is happening right now. He was involved in real estate. He does have he has a military background, served in the Army, was a human resource specialist, information technology specialist. That was from 2007 to 2015. He did serve in the U.S. Army Reserve. He did spend a year in 2009. That was in Afghanistan. And a former classmate who went to school with Jabbar in Beaumont from the age of 14 to 18 says Jabbar was smart, friendly, and talked with everyone.
Just from knowing him personally as an adolescent to 18, I mean, I'm just shocked. He was well respected, carried himself well, and I mean, you just wouldn't think that he would do something like this.
Of course, the FBI, now the lead agency in this investigation, looking into whether Jabbar had any type of connection to any terrorist organization. They've been looking into that ever since this investigation really began, when they started calling this an act of terror. Of course, those suspects, those people that the FBI was looking for that may have been connected, they believed may have been connected with those IED, those improvised explosive devices, they have since been cleared from this investigation, as investigators now work to determine whether, in fact, anyone else was involved or if Jabbar acted alone. So still a lot of unanswered questions as to why, but we do know the who. Live in the French Quarter, Mike McDaniel, WWL Louisiana, guys.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for giving us that information. You know, just a horrible situation that happened downtown with this terror attack. And that is now where we find Leah, where this all started.
Yeah, Leah, what can you tell us about where things are, where you are?
Whereas still they have Bourbon Street shut down right now. You heard Mike mention that he heard from some law enforcement officers that there is a plan to maybe open up Bourbon Street a little bit earlier, a little bit later today, I should say, around the noon hour. But as of right now, law enforcement presence is still here on scene at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon, and it's still closed. We did hear from Council President Helena Moreno earlier this morning, where she told me that the FBI has cleared the scene. So that's a large reason as to why we saw a lot of those IV waste trucks going into that area earlier this morning. Also, how we saw some of that debris getting cleared up and hauled away. We saw it looked like a motored wheelchair that was just completely destroyed and mangled that was being taken away from the scene. Also, that construction crane lift that the suspect hit after he had made it out 3 blocks on Bourbon right before he jumped out of that vehicle and did exchange gunfire with police. As we all mentioned again, he's been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. Police do say that this investigation is expanding state lines. They had some representatives over in Houston, Texas, at a home believed to be connected to Jabbar, and also an Airbnb right here, not too far from where this attack happened in the St. Roch neighborhood. There was a fire at that Airbnb, and federal agents were over there as well. So still a lot of moving parts to this investigation, but there is one thing that is very clear today. Council President Moreno said that she wants everyone to know that she will be doing everything in her power to make sure that this incident is looked at into every single level, because she says clearly something needs to change.
I think everything needs to be reviewed. You know, I mean, what potentially
was missed, with this particular situation. And I'm not just talking about the local level. I'm saying, was it something missed on the state level? Was something missed on the federal level with intelligence? Were there any red flags with this terrorist?
And all those questions we hope to get answers to in the coming days, in the coming weeks, as this investigation continues to unfold here in the city of New Orleans and, of course, over in Texas, as they continue to hopefully learn more information about, what sparked an Army veteran to rent a car, drive hundreds of miles away, and plow into a crowd of people here in the city of New Orleans. But again, as of right now, still an active law enforcement presence here in the French Quarter, here in the downtown area. Military police have been out here on scene, as well as the other law enforcement here in the area as well. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Leah, thank you so much. As we have said and been mentioning all morning long, we know that 14 innocent lives were taken, 15 when you speak of the suspect who was killed by NOPD in this attack.
Yeah, we're working to identify the people he killed. We do have 7 people identified, beginning with 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dideau, 27-year-old Tiger Besh, 37-year-old Reggie Hunter, 28-year-old Nicole Perez, 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio, 21-year-old Hubert Gautreau, and Kareem Badawi. Those are the 7 of the 14 victims we've been able to identify. We do have more about their lives, their backgrounds, what we've been able to learn over the past 24 hours or so. That's on our website, WWLTV.com. Also, some of those families working to raise money because now they've got to bury their loved one. With that being said, though, if you're still looking for a loved one or need any information on any of the victims of yesterday's attack, you can call 311 if you do live in the city of New Orleans. If you live out of town, you can call 504-539-3266.
Today, a lot of people will head to the Superdome for the Sugar Bowl. We know so many are in town that had hoped to attend that game yesterday, but things have been pushed off to today.
Yeah, I want to get to our Rachel Handley. She's live there outside the Superdome with the very latest on safety and security there. Rachel.
Yeah, daylight at the Superdome now, and we're getting a better idea of just what security is going to look like for the Sugar Bowl today. The same 3 or 4 police cars with their lights on are still here, and as we've been saying all morning, we've been seeing them going up and down Bourbon Street, sometimes with their lights and sirens on all morning. So it's clear that there is an unusually large law enforcement presence here, which is exactly what leaders have been telling us was going to happen. Yesterday we saw NOPD doing sweeps, looking for any kind of suspicious packages around here, bringing bomb sniffing dogs around. One thing we don't know at this point and can't really predict is how the attack and postponing the game is going to affect attendance, whether this is going to keep a lot of people who otherwise would have come to the Sugar Bowl away. Yesterday, we got a chance to see University of Georgia's team leaving their hotel to come do a walkthrough of the Superdome, and as they left, there was a crowd of people outside waiting to cheer them on as they got into the buses. But overall, in that area, the mood was still pretty quiet outside of that. Notre Dame's team even staying in their hotel. The school had organized a mass earlier that morning after the attack. While we were out there, we talked to a lot of those fans, and they had told us, for the most part, that they were fine with the game being moved. They understood the reasoning behind it, of course, and they said that they were still ready to come to the game and were still excited for it even. We'll definitely start to get a better idea of what this game will look like attendance-wise in a few hours. At 11 o'clock, the first event for the Sugar Bowl is going to happen. It's called it's Tailgate Town, and it's happening at Champion Square. That's at 11, and then 1 o'clock, the doors for the actual Superdome itself will open. 3 o'clock is kickoff. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on those crowds just to see how much this resembles Sugar Bowls in the past. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
A Tesla Cybertruck explodes in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. I'm Jared Hill with the investigation into this possible act of terror.
We really strive for excellence, and we always give patients the time that they need at the chair. We really want to provide the best care that we can.
From routine cleanings to advanced restorative and cosmetic dental options, Dental Aesthetic Studio wants to provide you with the best comprehensive care. Our 3 amazing doctors ensure the highest quality of care using the latest technology. Our practice works with major insurance plans and offers flexible payment options to work with every budget. Visit DentalAestheticStudio.com today.
Authorities in Las Vegas are currently investigating a Tesla Cybertruck explosion that happened outside of the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and it happened hours after the deadly attack here in New Orleans. That explosion in Vegas is now being investigated as a possible act of terrorism. CBS's Jared Hill has the latest on that.
Caught on surveillance video, a Tesla Cybertruck exploding at the front door of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas Wednesday morning.
We had three explosions.
Authorities are now investigating the incident as a possible act of terror.
It looks like mortars from like a firework.
Investigators say gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars were found in the back of the vehicle. The truck had only just pulled up to the hotel.
They were sitting in the porte-cochere for about 15 seconds before it exploded.
One person inside of the Cybertruck was killed, 7 bystanders nearby injured, with 2 taken to the hospital and released. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who's working as a government efficiency advisor for President-elect Donald Trump, posted on X, the evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion, noting not even the lobby doors were broken. As investigators search for answers, this is believed to be an isolated incident. The motive still unknown.
The person who died in the Cybertruck has not yet been identified. Police have noted there are similarities to the attack that happened here in New Orleans, including the fact that both vehicles were rented from the site Turo. Now, investigators are looking into if there could be any connections. Of course, we will let you know. 7:48 is the time. Let's check in with meteorologist Alexa Trichler. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it is a cold start to our morning. Make sure you bundle up, keep yourself warm. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s. Some frosty spots on the North Shore closer to Bogalusa, so give yourself just a few extra minutes. Stay warm throughout the morning. Our temperatures, though, will be getting milder as we head into the afternoon. Expect plenty of sunshine today. Really quiet weather, but the system off to our southwest will bring us some more cloud cover tonight and just a very minimal chance for a few stray showers in the overnight hours. But as for today, looking good. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures will be in the low to mid 60s this afternoon, so nice and comfortable and seasonable, but expect mostly cloudy skies tonight. A chilly feel in the evening with temperatures in the 50s, and then early tomorrow morning and really the overnight hours tonight of early tomorrow morning as well, we could see a few stray showers. And not expecting much. Most of us will be dry. We'll have some clouds around early tomorrow, sunshine in the afternoon tomorrow with temperatures in the 60s as another weak cool front comes our way late tomorrow, so we'll be a little bit cooler heading into Saturday. Here's a look at your day today. An increase in cloud cover tonight. Here are those very spotty little light showers expected in the overnight hours through early tomorrow morning. Clouds hang around early tomorrow. Full sunshine expected for the afternoon, though. As we get into Saturday, we'll see an increase in our cloud cover again. A couple little spotty showers around Saturday, though again, most of us will be dry. It's not until Sunday that a more potent system moves in across the lower Mississippi Valley. So Sunday we'll actually have some rain and thunderstorms around out ahead of another cold front. And Sunday we could actually see some stronger storms. It is going to warm up on Sunday and then quickly cool down on Monday. It's going to be significantly colder next week and windy on Monday and Tuesday. So make sure you have very heavy winter gear ready for next week because it will be extremely cold. In the meantime, we'll watch for a severe weather risk on Sunday with those storms rolling in. It looks like the North Shore is our best bet to see some strong to severe storms on Sunday later in the day, but we'll let you know if that severe risk expands across the South Shore. It might as we go into the next couple of days. Like I mentioned, it's really going to be cold next week. We could see a significant blast of Arctic air later next week, closer to the second weekend of January, so January 10th time frame. It could get even colder than what we're expecting to see. So at least we know next week it's going to be extremely cold. This is what we have for our morning temperatures. Early next week on the North Shore will be down in the 20s, so hard freeze conditions expected for some of the North Shore Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning of next week. Very cold temperatures. South Shore will be in the 30s, so we'll expect frost south of the lake for several mornings throughout the second half of next week. So it is going to be bitterly cold the second week of January. Here's our 7-day forecast. At least from now through Saturday, it's cool, it's comfortable. We're in the 60s. Our nights are still chilly, and so are our mornings. Will be mostly dry, just a couple stray showers possible late tonight through early tomorrow morning. A few little showers around late Saturday, but again, warming up Sunday back into the 70s with some rain and storms, maybe some severe weather expected on the North Shore Sunday. And then next week, extremely cold and windy. Our afternoons will only be in the 40s. On Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll have sunshine, but those nights and mornings will be bitter cold in the 20s and 30s. We'll be right back after this break.
We really strive for excellence, and we always give patients the time that they need at the chair. We really want to provide the best care that we can.
From routine cleanings to advanced restorative and cosmetic dental options, Dental Aesthetic Studio wants to provide you with the best comprehensive care. Our 3 amazing doctors ensure the highest quality of care using the latest technology. Our practice works with major insurance plans and offers flexible payment options to work with every budget. Visit DentalAestheticStudio.com today.
WL Louisiana Morning News begins with breaking news.
7:55, the breaking news, the very latest on yesterday's attack on Bourbon Street. 15 people killed, including the driver of the truck. Some 30 people being treated at area hospitals after this intentional act. That truck driven through crowds of people in the early morning hours on New Year's Day. With that, some people may still be looking for a loved one or need any information about victims of yesterday's attack. You can call 311 if you live in New Orleans to get information about a victim, or if you're searching for someone. If you live outside of New Orleans, you call 504-539-3266. City Hall in New Orleans will remain closed today. This is an effort to minimize traffic after yesterday's attack on Bourbon Street. Also, with the Sugar Bowl that's set to take place this afternoon, it was postponed because of yesterday's attack. And while the building itself is closed, city services will remain open virtually. City Hall, we are told, will reopen tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Let's get over to Alexa and our cold forecast for today.
Yeah, it is a chilly morning. Temperatures are in the 30s and 40s. We will have plenty of sunshine and nice quiet weather. Temperatures will climb into the 60s this afternoon. Tonight we'll see mostly cloudy skies. Will be in the 50s this evening. We could see a couple stray showers in the overnight hours through early tomorrow morning, though it's not going to be much. The next several days look nice. 60s tomorrow and Saturday. Sunday, that's when we'll have rain and thunderstorms. Will be actually in the 70s, so very warm Sunday, and then extremely cold and windy early next week. Temperatures will only be in the 40s in the afternoon. Tuesday and Wednesday, our nights and mornings will be bitter cold in the 20s on the North Shore and 30s on the South Shore for several mornings next week.
Thank you, Alexa. We do continue to bring you this breaking news coverage, team coverage on yesterday's deadly attack. We do have reporters stationed in downtown New Orleans, including right here at Canal and Bourbon, the site where that truck turned onto Bourbon Street, killing 14 people. We're back after this.
Stay clear from Bourbon Street. And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
o'clock, we do say good morning to you and thank you for staying with us as we continue to bring you the very latest on the investigation into yesterday's deadly attack in the French Quarter. I'm Brandon Walker.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Brianna Boudreau. We know today is another heavy one, but we're hoping to be able to bring you just a little bit of peace and some knowledge, at least through the education that we can give you on what we're covering today. And more than anything, we just appreciate you waking up with us now at 8 o'clock. Now, the impact of yesterday's terror attack on Bourbon Street is being felt not only in the metro area, but all over the world.
Yeah, that attack shocked the world. A man plowed his pickup truck into a crowd of people, killing 14 innocent people who were celebrating the new year at this point here in that video that many have seen around the world, making that right turn onto Bourbon Street, accelerating, running people over as he does it, bypassing that NOPD cruiser that was there, blocking traffic. After the suspect came to a conclusion on Bourbon Street, after running over people, he then fired at 2 NOPD officers. Those officers fired at him too, killing him.
Our WBL Louisiana team was on air all day yesterday searching for information on the suspect, as well as challenging our local officials for answers on safety improvements we could see here in the city following this attack. And of course, this morning we continue our team coverage. We have Leah McNeil, Mike McDaniel joining us from the French Quarter, and Richard Hanley at the Superdome, where we know the Sugar Bowl is set to start later today, and those preparations to increase safety remain top of mind for many. But first, this is what we know right now. The suspect, as you see here, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. He is an American citizen born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and was believed to have been living in Houston, according to authorities. He previously served in the U.S. military. He was an Army staff sergeant at the time that he got out. An ISIS flag was attached to the truck that he used in the attack, and the truck, we believe, was rented. We're told weapons and a potential IED also found inside that truck.
His home in the Houston area, authorities raided it yesterday, and we are told that the home of his ex-wife also was raided. No one in Houston has been arrested at this time, according to authorities there. And again, as we mentioned, the driver of that truck, the suspect here in this case, is dead, killed by officers during an exchange of gunfire.
And as we continue to gather more information, we now want to turn it over to Leah McNeil. They're on Bourbon Canal with the very latest. Good morning, Leah.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. At last check, we do know that Bourbon Street is still closed this morning, but there are plans to open it later on this afternoon. That timeline is not specific, though. But what I can tell you is that we've seen a whole lot of movement surrounding this area, this intersection at Canal and Bourbon, of course, trying to get ready to reopen. We've seen quite a few IV waste trucks going in there with different the water hoses, different garbage trucks going in there, trying to clear out this just horrific scene that happened earlier yesterday morning, just after 3 a.m. as folks are celebrating and bringing in the new year. Now, we've been out here since midnight, and we have seen, again, that movement and that cleanup process by IV Waste. But we've also seen some crews coming in, removing some of that debris that was on Bourbon Street, a part of this sprawling crime scene that spread about 3 blocks here on Bourbon. We did see a mangled motorized wheelchair that was hauled away. Also, that construction crane that the suspect ultimately hit that stopped him in his tracks after he plowed through the crowd on Bourbon Street. Now, we do know that this suspect, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, he is, of course, as you all mentioned, a Texas native and also an Army veteran. We also know that along with investigations happening in Texas, there's also other investigations, other crime scenes that police continue to look into at an Airbnb here in the St. Rock neighborhood, not too far from where everything unfolded out here. Big question, though, that people are still continuing to ask is coming when it comes to those ballers here in the French Quarter that are put in place to kind of stop vehicles from driving through those crowded spaces on Bourbon. But as we saw in that surveillance video, the truck went around a police unit that was trying to prevent traffic from flowing. That's just something that NOPD did admit that they were not prepared for. They didn't account for that to happen. But Governor Jeff Landry said that this certainly means that more needs to be done and more needs to be looked into how we can create an extended level of safety here in the French Quarter.
We recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can.
that.
Now, on top of issuing an emergency order, the governor did say that he was going to bring in multiple National Guardsmen troops. I actually did see a few of them arrive here on scene a little bit earlier today heading into the quarter. I also do want to add there are still several streets in the quarter that are still closed this morning, so I think it's still best to go ahead and just avoid the area if you can. I know a lot of folks are out and about this morning getting ready to head to the Sugar Bowl, getting their preparations and their pregame underway, but still a very active scene out here. There's still LSP out here, still NOPD, and of course some federal agents I've seen kind of in those unmarked cars out and about here in the area this morning. So as this continues to unfold and we continue to learn more, we'll as always continue to bring you more here. For now, reporting live at Canal and Bourbon, Leah McNeil, WWL, Louisiana.
Leah, we do thank you for your reporting this morning there at Canal and Bourbon Street. You see behind Leah that crime tape. You can't get through Canal Street. And so with that, some important information for commuters this morning. The RTA having to change its routes because of all of this. No streetcar service downtown on Canal Street because area is blocked off there. They're going to have buses running instead. Also, the St. Charles streetcar service, it's going to begin at Howard Avenue instead of Canal Street. Also, Canal Street cars, they're going to end at LaSalle Street. They're not going to be going into downtown. And of course, this continues to stay the case, and it was the case before yesterday's accident. The Riverfront and Rampart St. Claude Street cars, they're not running, and they haven't been running for some time now. So if you're taking the bus, RTA says that you should also expect heavy traffic on 3 routes in particular, routes 8, 55, and 91. A lot of questions linger this morning about the suspect, why he did what he did. Why did he choose New Orleans, as investigators work to figure out as much information about him as they can?
Too often in situations like this, we may never find out the why. Of course, that's still up in the air at this point. We hope that we do. But in the meantime, as you mentioned, investigators trying to just pull in whatever information they can about who this person was and if there are any ties to the city. Let's check in with Mike McDaniel, who's been out there all morning long putting those pieces together for us. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, Bree. Yeah, a lot of question marks still surround the suspect and why he was here, what the connections were to New Orleans, why he chose the city to carry out such a heinous attack. We do want to tell you that we're being told that Governor Jeff Landry is down on Bourbon, closer towards Canal right now, kind of surveying the area. He's there with some guardsmen as well as some law enforcement officers. Are here on Dumaine and Bourbon. Of course, a heavy law enforcement presence as well. This is the extent of the blockade of Bourbon Street, stopping folks from getting onto the street. We do have a lot more folks who are starting to kind of come out, walk around, see things, more people trying to just going about their daily lives, but also being blocked here on Bourbon. So let's talk about the suspect. Of course, we know that we have identified him as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, and the investigation stretches all the way to Houston, like you guys were mentioning at the top of the newscast. He does have a home there, that home raided. Of course, that's going to play out through the rest of the day. Here in New Orleans, there was that Airbnb that authorities believe he was staying in. That area in the St. Roch neighborhood is blocked off. We went by there this morning. There are cop cars posted outside of the residence, so investigators will be back there as well. We do know that Jabbar was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, a native of Texas, currently living in the Houston area where he was involved in real estate. He was a graduate of Georgia State University. He was in the U.S. military, in the Army in particular. He was a resource specialist as well as an information technology specialist. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve. He even spent time in Afghanistan for most of 2009 and held the rank of staff sergeant when he left the military. Now, for fellow soldiers who kind of came up with him, they say that he was top of his class. One person in particular took an IT class with him back in 2010. His name is Peter. He'd take a listen to his reaction to the news about Jabbar being involved in this attack.
From day one, you can tell that his knowledge in the IT field was better than everyone else's. I still thought that he was still a somewhat good guy. He was genuine. He was nice. I would not categorize him as being a Muslim extremist at that time when I knew him. Not at all. I think sometime between when I knew him and now, he got radicalized.
The two men did stay in touch after the military, mostly through just social media, and Heap says that Jabbar did post some videos online, pro-Islamic posts, but nothing was really radical or set off any type of alarms to Heap. The FBI, of course, is going to be looking into what connections Jabbar may have with any type of terrorist organization. The agency did confirm that there was that ISIS flag on the back of that rented pickup truck used in this crime. And of course, President Joe Biden, we heard from him last night saying in the hours before the attack, Jabbar had posted video online saying he was inspired by ISIS and his intent and his desire was to kill. And we've been reporting and telling you this morning that those other people that the FBI was looking for that were believed to may have been connected with those IEDs, those improvised explosive devices, they have been cleared from this investigation. And now the investigators are kind of focusing in on whether, in fact, anyone else was involved or whether Jabbar, acted alone. Here back in the French Quarter, we have been told by a law enforcement officer a little bit earlier that Bourbon Street is expected to open a little bit later today, perhaps around the noon hour. That can be a little bit fluid. So we do expect that this is going to be all cleared out at some point today, guys.
All right, Mike McDaniel reporting for us at Bourbon and Dumaine, but Mike telling us that Governor Jeff Landry is on Bourbon Street now getting an assessment of things with first responders there. So we'll bring you that video as soon as we get it.
Yeah, and looking back at all the information that our reporters have been sharing with you, we know that 14 innocent lives were taken in this horrific terror attack.
We are working to identify those victims. We have identified several of them. Whitney Miller has more on that.
At least 15 people have died in this senseless tragedy. The names of these people are slowly being identified as families are being notified. The first death we confirmed was of 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi, and a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. Then there is 37-year-old father of two Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by the truck. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. The third fatality we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh, a Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football star. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries. His athletic director confirmed his death. She says he was in New Orleans for the holidays. Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021, and he was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm.
First catch of the season for Besh.
And then there's 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio. He's the youngest of three boys and a Pearl River Central grad. For most of Wednesday, his family hadn't heard from him. And then they got the tragic news. And then there's Nicole Perez, a 28-year-old mother from Metairie who died in the attack. Perez had just been promoted to manager at Kimmy's Deli at Lakeway. Her 4-year-old son is in the care of a loved one, and she was remembered as a good mom and wanted to be successful. And finally, we learned about Kareem Bawadi, one of the two Episcopal School of Baton Rouge alumni victims who died as a result of their injuries. A prayer service will be held at the Lewis Family Memorial Chapel on Thursday at 6 p.m.
Anchor Whitney Miller filling us in on the victims we've been able to identify, including another victim, this young man, Hubert Gautreaux. Archbishop Shaw High School announced his death on social media. Hubert Gautreaux was 21 years old.
And as the dozens of other victims remain in the hospital, people across the country looking for ways to help them out. And you can help today by donating blood to the Blood Center.
Yeah, they do need your donation, needed your donation before yesterday's tragedy. They need it even more now. And so because of that, they're hosting an emergency blood drive to address that critical need. I want to take a look at the line yesterday in Metairie. Our Meg Ferris reported live from the Blood Center's headquarters, and she showed refrigerators that were near empty. be. So with that, many people showed up yesterday in Metairie to donate. Here are the options for you today. All New Orleans area locations are going to be open until 7. Couple exceptions here. The Pelican Athletic Club in Mandeville and the corporate office, they're going to close at 5. Also, the New Orleans St. Vincent de Paul location on Canal Street, it's closing at 6. But there is a desperate, again, we cannot underscore this point enough, a desperate need for donations here, especially if you have type O blood. So if you are healthy and at least 18 years old, the blood center does ask you to consider donating. If you are 16, 17-year-olds, you can donate, but you do need your parents' permission.
And if you want to help the victims and their families, the United Way of Southeast Louisiana is accepting donations, with 100% of the money going to those impacted by the terrorist attack. And we'll continue our coverage of the Bourbon Street terror attack ahead,
including the very latest from the Superdome, which is set to host the Sugar Bowl this afternoon. Rachel Hanley's live there.
Yeah, and there are already police cars stationed out here. We'll show you what other security measures local law enforcement is taking before thousands of people gather here in just hours.
At Wellstar, our world-renowned doctors and nurses understand more than just your care plan. They understand you. Wellstar, more than healthcare, people care.
We're getting some new video just into our newsroom that we want to show you now at 8:17 this morning. This video coming from Texas, where we've learned federal agents have just finished their search of the suspect who led the terror attack on Bourbon Street. The FBI tweeted that because of the nature of the investigation, they will not speak on what, if anything, they found inside his home. But again, this video is showing them as they were combing through his home there in Houston, Texas, and we're told that their investigation there at his home has finished. The attack on Bourbon Street didn't just impact New Year's festivities. It also delayed, we know, the college football playoff quarterfinal, or the Sugar Bowl game, between the Georgia Bulldogs and Notre Dame's Fighting Irish.
Yeah, supporters for either team were out on Bourbon yesterday. We interviewed some of them here in our broadcast during our coverage yesterday, or they were downtown and concerned about safety and security leading up to the game this afternoon. Officials urging folks that they want them to enjoy themselves despite the circumstances here, but with that, safety and security is top of mind. That's where Rachel Hanley joins us this morning with the latest on preparations at the Dome. Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning. Yeah, this is something we have been talking about a lot. I mean, where we're standing right now outside the Superdome is a mile away from where that attack happened, and kickoff is going to be 36 hours almost on the dot from when the attack happened. So this is still very fresh, very raw, and a lot of people who are going to the game or playing in the game are staying in and around the quarter. We are already seeing police cars stationed out here in the daylight. We're getting a better look at how many there are. I can count about 3 or 4 from where we're standing on this side of the dome. They've been out here all morning. Yesterday, we also saw NOPD officers doing sweeps. NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick had explained to us a little bit more about what those entail exactly during that press conference we've been showing you clips from all morning. She said that what the officers are looking for most is suspicious packages, suspicious ice boxes, backpacks, that kind of thing in the area. There are also bomb-sniffing dogs involved, and she said that the Superdome itself and the area around the Superdome will be locked down before and during the game. We also heard from the CEO of the Sugar Bowl itself during that press conference. He said, despite everything, he is expecting it to go forward as planned with this new time.
And we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us.
In the next few hours, we should get a better idea of how the attack and the postponement of the game will affect attendance, because at 11 o'clock, the very first Sugar Bowl event is going to start. That's the Tailgate Town event at Champion Square. And then after that, 2 hours later, at 1 o'clock, doors open for the Superdome. 3 o'clock is kickoff, and we'll be here seeing how many people end up coming to this game despite what happened yesterday. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
8:21 on your Thursday morning. It is a chilly start to the morning. Temperatures are still in the 30s and 40s, though they're starting to come up a bit on the North Shore, still lower 40s. It is a cold morning. Make sure you bundle up early today. Expect plenty of sunshine, 60s for the afternoon, so comfortable and seasonable. Tonight will turn mostly cloudy, still with the chill in the air this evening. Temperatures will be in the 50s with those cloudy skies tonight through early tomorrow. Late tonight through early tomorrow, there could be a couple stray showers around. Then tomorrow afternoon, temperatures back in the mid-60s, plenty of sunshine. We do warm up on Sunday with a chance for some strong storms coming in Sunday, followed by some much colder weather next week.
Welcome back as we do continue to bring you the very latest after yesterday's attack on Bourbon Street. Some 30 people rushed to the hospital being treated after a man intentionally drove his crowd into his truck into a crowd of people the early morning hours, New Year's Day, 3:15, killing 14 people. With that, if you are still searching for a loved one or need any information on any of the victims, you are asked to call 311. That is, if you live in the city of New Orleans. Now, if you live out of town, you can call 504-539-3266. Also want to let you know about public transportation in the city of New Orleans, particularly streetcar service downtown on Canal Street, not running. The RTA instead says that buses will take that route, replacing streetcars downtown. That also includes the Riverfront line. Now, for the St. Charles line, bus service will begin at Howard Avenue. It's not going into Canal Street, and also service for streetcars on that line are going to run to Canal Street. Buses are going to take you to Canal Street there. The RT is also sending a reminder that there's going to be some heavy traffic that's going to impact bus routes. So just be sure to check the app, the La Paz app, and it'll give you real-time locations of buses. Let's get over to Alexa, the forecast.
Yeah, 8:26. It is a chilly start to our morning. Temperatures are mostly in the 40s now. We'll be in the low to mid 60s this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine, a quiet day. Though late tonight and during the early morning hours of tomorrow, there could be a couple stray light showers around, but most of us will be dry. Just don't be surprised if you see a few sprinkles early tomorrow morning. Clouds tomorrow morning with sunshine in the afternoon. 60s tomorrow as well. So cool and comfortable the next several days. A little chillier on Saturday, probably about 60 degrees or so in the afternoon. We'll have a mix of sunshine and clouds. Couple stray showers around later Saturday. Sunday, big changes. Back in the 70s, very warm on Sunday, and then we'll have rain and storms that move in. And we could see some strong to severe storms coming in later in the day on Sunday, especially north of the lake. And then next week, a strong cold front moves in. It will be drastically colder. Temperatures will be in the 40s only in the afternoons, and it will be windy, blustery, and cold. And our nights and mornings, bitter cold. Temperatures will be in the 20s north of the lake, 30s on the south shore. We see maybe some hard freeze conditions north of the lake Tuesday and Wednesday morning, even some frost on the south shore for many mornings next week. We could see even colder temperatures the second half of next week, still up in the air about how cold it will get. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll have more, though, coming up later on in the show.
Thank you, Alexa. Our reporting does continue at 8:30. Governor Jeff Landry assessing parts of Bourbon Street with security this morning. We've got live team coverage coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Louisiana Morning News begins with breaking news.
Good morning to all of you. 8:29 is the time now. Thanks for staying with us as we continue to cover the devastating, deadly terror attack that happened in the heart of the French Quarter. I'm Brianna Boudreau.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Brandon Walker. And when we say good morning, I know we've said this throughout the morning. We do mean it. It is our hope that as time progresses, we can find healing here as we find out more information about what is going on here. Do you want to pass on some information that we just received here in our newsroom as we do wait to learn more from the FBI? Also, Governor Jeff Landry at 10 o'clock, there is going to be a media briefing. Our reporter station will bring you the very latest on that when it happened. But the governor did tour Bourbon Street too within the hour here, getting a better example, a better idea rather, of the investigation there. Authorities had been there all night in this attack that shocked the world after a man at this point here in this cell phone video that you've now, surveillance video rather now, that you have seen multiple times at this point, bypassing a police cruiser there at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon to block it. At this point, making that abrupt right turn, accelerating into a crowd of people, killing 14 people as they celebrated the start to the new year. The suspect then shot at NOPD officers. They fired at him, killing him. 2 officers, though, were hurt but are now recovering.
Our WBL Louisiana team was on air all day yesterday searching for information on the suspect, as well as challenging our local officials for answers on what possible safety improvements will come moving forward after this attack. And we continue our team coverage this morning. But first, we want to fill you in on the very latest that we know so far. So, of course, the suspect, as you see here, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. He's an American citizen born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and was believed to have been living in Houston. He previously served in the U.S. military, and at the time of that he got out of the military, was an Army Staff Sergeant. An ISIS flag, we're told, was attached to the truck that Jabbar used in the attack, and the truck was rented. We're told weapons and a potential ID also found inside his truck. This morning, New Orleans police remain stationed outside of an Airbnb in St. Roch. Take a look at this video just into the newsroom from Mandeville yesterday. Residents were evacuated from their homes there for several hours while authorities investigated the possible connection to the suspect. 7 of the 14 victims we know so far have been identified.
And their names are here: Nikara Dedo, Nicole Perez, Tiger Besh, Reggie Hunter, Matthew Tenedorio, Kareem Bawadi, and Hubert Gautreaux. This morning, we do continue to follow the very latest on that New Year's Day tragedy. Again, as we told you, if you do include the driver of the truck, 15 people are dead.
Another 30-plus people injured, and we have reporters, as we mentioned, stationed all across the quarter and downtown. We want to check in with Leah McNeil first. Leah, what more do you have for us this morning?
Well, guys, we have gotten word that there are plans to open up the quarter, the Bourbon Street, I should say, later on this afternoon. We have continued to see a major show of law enforcement presence, including military police. You see quite a few of them kind of gathering right here behind me. We've seen some of them earlier today walking into the quarter, taking their stations. Also, a few of those officers, along with additional state troopers and other NOPD officers, walking with Governor Jeff Landry as they walk up and down the crime scene on Bourbon Street that has since been cleared out by the FBI. Now, again, as you all mentioned, we've been out here since midnight and seeing a lot of moving parts in preparations to reopen Bourbon Street. Several IV waste vehicles have been in and out sweeping and cleaning the quarter, as well as other crews that have been removing different debris that was a part of this crime scene, which included a powered wheelchair that was just completely destroyed. And of course, that construction lift that the suspect ended up hitting, that ultimately he jumped out of that car once he hit that, and of course exchanged fire with officers that resulted in his death. Again, that man we now know is 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. Police do say that he did reach about 3 blocks into Bourbon and right up until the point where he did come into contact with that construction crane, and of course killing 14 people and of course injuring over 30 others. Now, this morning we continue to talk to city leaders and ask them, what are the plans moving forward when it comes to improving security measures around the quarter. Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said that there will be more additional plans to make sure they are hardening the bollards and make sure that it's safe here to reopen the quarter as well, and also in the long term to harden the bollards and the blockages here in the French Quarter. Also got a chance to speak to Council President Helena Arena, who says that there needs to be an effort across the board that she said that she will make sure happens to make sure that everyone is looking at everything, because she says clearly something was missed.
We knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras, and the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one.
Our Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick and, of course, Governor Jeff Landry there, in addition of sending all the, 100 National Guardsmen here. Governor Jeff Landry has also issued a state of emergency. As you all mentioned off the top, we do expect to hear from him soon, so we'll bring you more updates when we hear from him. Until then, reporting live on Canal and Bourbon, Leah McNeil, WWL, Louisiana.
Thank you for your reporting, Leah. And at this hour, as we told you, area law enforcement outside of Houston, Texas, just completed a sweep of the suspect's home this morning. Not much information on what they were able to get from the house, but it is part of their investigation as they work to find out as much information as they can about him.
Yeah, and as far as the suspect, we don't know if any ties that he could have to our city. We are still learning more. Of course, Mike McDaniel's joining us live from Bourbon and Dumaine, where he's been all morning long, getting a clear idea of exactly what's happening there, Mike, but also what we do know about the suspect.
Yeah, you mentioned his home being cleared by the FBI as of this morning. The FBI, just to add to that, also saying that whatever they found, of course we don't know, there is no potential threat to any of their residents in that area. So that, of course, some good news as well. It took a long time, I'm sure, for them to kind of go through everything, sweep through it all, just to make sure that no threat existed like the threat that we saw here in the city of New Orleans. Of course, we have identified him several times as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. He had been in Texas, for some reason decided to come to New Orleans. I'm gonna step out of the way so this truck can pass here. Now, the investigation into him and why he's here, of course, is gonna last a while. It stretches here from New Orleans all the way to Houston, Texas, where that house was that the FBI raided and searched. And you mentioned the home in the St. Roch neighborhood, not far from where we are here in the French Quarter. Police stationed outside of that home, that Airbnb, where they believed he was staying. Of course, we know that it actually caught on fire yesterday morning as well. The fire department had to be called out, so a lot of question marks as to how that is connected with this investigation as well. Of course, here in the French Quarter, most of the street has been swept, it's been cleaned. You heard Leah talking about that on her end as well. It's kind of the same scenario here at the intersection with Dumaine and Bourbon as well. There are a lot of law enforcement agencies out here making sure that everything is, kind of going smoothly as far as the investigation is concerned. What we do know about this man, Mr. Jabbar, who committed this act of terrorism. He was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, currently living in Houston. He was involved in real estate, a graduate of Georgia State University, and he served in the U.S. military. According to an Army spokesman, Jabbar was a human resource specialist and information technology specialist from 2007 to 2015. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve as an IT specialist from 2015 to 2020. He even spent most of 2009 on a tour in Afghanistan. The FBI, of course, is looking into what connections Jabbar may have with any type of terrorist organization, which the President, Joe Biden, addressed last night.
The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack.
Of course, now some of the pieces starting to come into focus here in regards to who this man was. Of course, we don't know the why he chose New Orleans to carry out this attack. Leah, back on the other end of Bourbon on Canal, is kind of getting some of the same information that I am in regards to Bourbon Street being reopened possibly a little bit later today, maybe around the noon hour. We do know that there's going to be that 10 o'clock news conference involving the governor as well as the FBI. The troopers behind me, we were talking to them a little bit earlier. They're from from all over the state. They're familiar with New Orleans. They're usually brought in on big events like Mardi Gras as well as the Super Bowl. They said that they were actually brought in last night to help secure Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and they're here until their orders are to go home. Live in the French Quarter, Mike McDaniel, WWL Louisiana, guys.
As we gather more information on this devastating terror attack, we do want to continue to ask how the truck was even able to get down Bourbon Street, something that a lot of people are wondering about.
Yeah, that question about those bollards, because they had been put in place and part of a $40 million investment by way of federal dollars there. And those bollards, according to officials, were not in place because they were being repaired and they were supposed to be back in place for the Super Bowl, but calls to question concerns here about infrastructure. Mayor LaToya Cantrell said yesterday that those bollards weren't up, as I mentioned, because of the repair, but how can that happen when ultimately you had thousands of people here on Bourbon Street here in the city of New Orleans for a planned event? That has a lot of people concerned, including Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser.
I'm a little angry in the fact that, you know, some things in that French Quarter we've been trying to do for years have not gotten done. And to think that some of those barricades were in for repair with such a big event. And I was glad to hear the governor step up to the mic yesterday and said he's going to fix it. Because just like putting the New Orleans police in the French Quarter, which I saw improvements every day from what the state police were doing, you know, somebody's got to take charge and get these things to give the confidence of the public we're doing everything we can to make it safe. I've been dealing with the French Quarter, trying to get it cleaned up and make it the shining star of our city since I've been lieutenant governor, and I failed miserably because they just don't see any urgency in making that all it could be.
Lieutenant Nungesser speaking to us live here on the morning show about an hour ago or so. The Lieutenant Governor says that he is confident, however, that Governor Jeff Landry will get those safety concerns taken care of.
And as for the dozens of other victims who remain still in the hospital, people across the country looking for ways that they can help, and you can help today by donating blood.
Already a critical shortage there before yesterday's attack. They do need your help. And so with that, there is an emergency drive taking place today. Also, a lot of people stepped up yesterday. We were there in Metairie as dozens of people showed up. You can see the options today here on your screen as to where you can go. All locations in the New Orleans area open today until 7. A few exceptions here. The Pelican Athletic Club in Mandeville and the Blood Center corporate office. They're closing at 5. Also, the New Orleans St. Vincent de Paul location on Canal Street, it's closing at 6. A desperate need for blood here, as our Meg Ferris showed you live on television yesterday. Those empty refrigerators used to store blood. They need your blood no matter the type, but especially if you do have type O blood. So if you are healthy, at least 18 years old, the Blood Center wants to hear from you. 16 and 17-year-olds also can donate, but you do need your parents' consent. 8:42, here's Alexa.
Yeah, it is a chilly start to our morning. Temperatures are in the 40s now, still some upper 30s north of the lake, starting to see some 50s in a few spots. So it is a colder morning, and we'll see a lot of sunshine today. Really a quiet, calm day. This afternoon will be in the mid 60s, very seasonable January day. Nice as we go throughout today, and then tonight we'll see a little bit more cloud cover moving in. Still a bit chilly in the evening, 50s with the cloud cover rolling in tonight. And with that, there is a small chance for a few isolated showers late tonight and during the overnight hours, even through early tomorrow morning, but it's going to be light, spotty, and hit or miss. Most of us will be dry. Tomorrow we'll start with clouds, more sunshine to come in the afternoon. Still a really wonderful day tomorrow. 65 degrees tomorrow afternoon, and then later tomorrow we'll have another cool front working in. So here's what today looks like. Increasing clouds late tonight. Here are those little showers possible in the overnight hours, mostly confined to the South Shore, and then that'll last throughout the early part of tomorrow morning. Clouds around early in the morning, sunshine in the afternoon, and like I mentioned, we have another front working in on Saturday, so maybe just a few degrees cooler on Saturday with some more clouds. A couple little isolated showers around Saturday, though most of us will be dry over the next few days. Really the best chance to see some steady and soaking rain will be on Sunday when a more impactful system moves in across the lower Mississippi Valley. So we could see some rounds of heavy rain, scattered showers and storms on Sunday, maybe a few stronger storms later in the day Sunday, and then a very strong cold front comes in late Sunday night. It will be windy and cold on Monday, and extremely cold temperatures are on the way going into next week, even the second half of next week, bitter cold on the way. The thing is on Sunday that we are being highlighted for a risk of severe weather on the North Shore. Really the worst of the storms look to be throughout Mississippi and northern Louisiana and Arkansas, but parts of the North Shore are highlighted in the severe risk on Sunday. And this may get expanded southward. We will watch and see. So plan for the chance for some strong to severe storms later in the day Sunday, followed by very cold weather after that front moves in. So chilly temperatures going into early next week. Then we could see a surge of more deep Arctic air into the deep south later next week into the second weekend of January. Still a lot of time from now and then, so there could still be some changes, but just definitely plan for some very cold weather next week. Make sure you have very heavy winter gear and like heavy winter coats for next week. On the North Shore, our morning low temperatures will be down in the upper 20s for several mornings starting Tuesday of next week, so hard freeze conditions possible for parts of the North Shore later into the first part of next week in the morning. South Shore temperatures will be in the lower 30s, low mid 30s, so we could see some frost even south of the lake for several mornings throughout the middle and second half of next week. So here's that 7-day forecast. Pretty wonderful weather going into the weekend. 60s every afternoon. Chilly nights and mornings still and mostly dry, but we'll have that rain and storm coverage on Sunday. Also a warm up Sunday in the 70s, then drastically colder next week. 40s in the afternoon, 20s and 30s in the nights and mornings. We'll have sunshine around, but it's going to be really cold and really windy for many days next week.
Authorities in Las Vegas are investigating a Tesla Cybertruck explosion that took place outside of the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas.
Yeah, this happened just hours after our attack here on Bourbon Street. The Las Vegas explosion is now being investigated, too, as a possible act of terrorism. Here's CBS's Jared Hill.
Caught on surveillance video, a Tesla Cybertruck exploding at the front door of Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas Wednesday morning.
We had three explosions.
Authorities are now investigating the incident as a possible act of terror.
It looks like mortars from like a firework.
Investigators say gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars were found in the back of the vehicle. The truck had only just pulled up to the hotel.
It was sitting in the porte cochere for about 15 seconds before it exploded.
One person inside of the Cybertruck was killed, 7 bystanders nearby injured, with 2 taken to the hospital and released. Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who's working as a government efficiency advisor for President-elect Donald Trump, posted on X, the evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion, noting not even the lobby doors were broken. As investigators search for answers, this is believed to be an isolated incident. The motive still unknown. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Now, the person who died in that Cybertruck has not been identified. Police have noted similarities to the New Orleans incident, including both vehicles being rented from that site, Turo, as we've told you. So with that, we're hearing from Turo in a statement saying in part, quote, "Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families as we partner with law enforcement on all of their investigations." Investigators are looking into any connection here, so stay with us as we look into that too. That attack on Bourbon Street didn't only impact New Year's festivities, as we told you. It came with New Year's Eve, also the Sugar Bowl set to play yesterday, but it's now been postponed till today.
Supporters for both teams were out on Bourbon yesterday. Many have heard about the attacks, even if they weren't out there. Of course, everyone has. And now a lot of those same people have concerns about what today looks like and the possible security that will be out there. And the city is saying they are taking every precaution possible. Rachel Hanley is joining us now with more of those preparations. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, and even just in the last hour, we have seen some movement. All morning we've been saying that we have seen 3 or 4 police officers stationed near the Superdome that we can see on this side. And in the last 30 or 40 minutes or so, we've seen more of them pull up. We also just found out that the Poitras exit from I-10 is closed. That's the closest exit to here. So it does seem like now in the daylight hours, the city and law enforcement are starting to ramp up that security. As a reminder, kickoff is at 3 o'clock, and the next event for the Sugar Bowl will start at 11 o'clock. That's going to be a tailgate event in Champion Square. So things happening pretty soon here. We can see why they're starting to put more of these security measures into place. Yesterday, we also saw the same thing. The NOPD had sent out sweeps around this area. NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick had told us a little bit more about what these sweeps are looking for. Basically, they're trying to find any kind of suspicious bags, boxes, ice chests, things of that nature, and they also have bomb-sniffing dogs. So that is what we saw yesterday, and then she said today the Superdome and the surrounding area will be on lockdown before and during the games. So we're waiting to see a little bit more what that will mean for fans themselves, but we do know as of now that the game is going forward with this new time of 3 o'clock today.
New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events. Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area.
So as we said, kickoff is going to be at 3 o'clock today here at the Superdome. The doors will open at 1, and I actually just talked with the communications director for the Sugar Bowl itself, and he said they're not going to be giving any kind of specific updates on the security that they're doing today, presumably for safety reasons, but he did want to give a very, very strong reminder to people that if you're coming to the game, you should get here early. So again, those doors open at 1 o'clock, a full 2 hours before the game is supposed to start, so definitely be sure to get here as early as you possibly can, because there will be extra security today. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
Thank you, Rachel. A hard couple days for many of us here in southeastern Louisiana, just dealing with this tragedy.
Yeah, we know that we have been following this so closely, and so many around our community are showing their support for the victims and families in the wake of this tragedy. In a YouTube video, the New Orleans Pelicans, one of the players, Trey Murphy, offered his condolences.
Trying to enjoy themselves and, go into the new year with a different mindset. And now there are a lot of families that have to deal with this tragedy, and I just have a lot of prayers. My thoughts go out to those families because it just doesn't make sense, and stuff like that shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't have to worry about going to Bourbon Street, enjoying yourself, and then ending up having to lose a loved one.
Couldn't agree more, and we of course are also keeping the victims and their families in our thoughts and prayers, and we continue to work to find answers to the many questions that you have, that all of us have, about this terrorist attack.
Most definitely. Stay with us as our team continues to report the very latest facts here, confirmed by law enforcement. 8:52, here's Alexa.
Yeah, we'll take another look at your forecast here. Really, over the next few days, it will be quiet and really nice. We stay cool and seasonable, pretty typical January weather as we go into the last few days of the week, into the early part of the weekend. Mostly dry. There's only a small chance for a couple stray showers here and there late tonight through early tomorrow morning. But Sunday will actually bring the chance for some heavier rain and some stronger storms across the area, especially on the North Shore Sunday. And we warm up and then we cool down right behind it. Very cold early next week. We could see a really prolonged stretch of chilly weather on the way the second week of January coming up. This morning is chilly too. Temperatures are mostly in the 40s now, still 37 in Macomb, 42 in Slidell, 50 at the airport in Kenner, and 45 degrees in Houma right now. Lots of sunshine today. Pretty comfortable this afternoon. Highs will be in the 60s. Will be cool and refreshing. Tonight will be turning mostly cloudy. Temperatures in the 50s in the evening, so still a bit chilly tonight with those cloudy skies and a small chance for a few stray showers late tonight and during the overnight and into early tomorrow morning, but it's just not going to be much. There could be just some light sprinkles here and there, especially on the South Shore. Tomorrow we'll have decreasing clouds, sunshine to come in the afternoon, 65 degrees tomorrow. Getting into the next several hours, though, will be really nice. Lots of sun, increasing clouds tonight. There are those small little sprinkles happening overnight through early tomorrow morning. Sunny skies on the way in the afternoon. Another cool front works in on Saturday, so Saturday might be a little bit cooler, maybe only about 60 degrees in the afternoon. Partly cloudy skies, a couple stray showers later Saturday. But like I mentioned, Sunday, that's when we'll have some rain and storms in, and maybe some strong to severe storms throughout the second half of the day Sunday, especially on the North Shore, followed by a big drop in temperatures. Winds will be very gusty gusty Monday and Tuesday, and those temperatures will be falling rapidly. So a big change coming up over the next week. Here's our 7-day forecast. We go from the 60s the next few days to the 70s on Sunday to only the 40s and 50s in the afternoon next week. Temperatures in the nights and mornings bitter cold in the 20s and 30s. So we'll have some frost south of the lake and freezing, hard freeze conditions on the North Shore for many mornings throughout the early to middle part of next week.
Thank you, Alexa, with the very latest on the forecast. We have told you that 14 people were killed in this attack by that man, the driver of the truck, and we have been working to identify them. We've identified 7 of those people thus far whose lives were tragically taken away from them, including one gentleman by the name of Tiger Besh.
Besh played football at St. Thomas More in Lafayette before going on to play at Princeton. Lane Miller with our sister station at KLFY in Lafayette has more on the outpouring of support for his family.
The community gathered in prayer here at St. Thomas More to mourn the loss of Tiger Besh.
We needed to get together and do the number one thing that we can do for him, and that's pray.
Family and friends did just that, filling the chapel pews as they prayed the rosary for Tiger and his family. Others prayed over the Besh family in person.
We have some staff members that are very close with the family and have remained close. Our chaplain, Father Andrew Schumacher, also went to New Orleans to be with the family and just show support and be there for them.
St. Thomas More principal Marty Cannon was Tiger's coach senior year of high school. Cannon says Besh was special.
I don't think there's ever been anybody like Tiger. I don't think there's ever going to be anybody like him, because between the athlete, and the depth and the character and just the way he held himself, he was a special guy.
As a school with around 100,000 alumni, Cannon says Tiger is one they won't forget.
Tiger left a huge mark on a lot of us. We could go on and on about how great of an athlete he was, but he was way more than that. He was a complete guy, and he was a stand-up guy that we really respected and honored, and we really liked. I can only imagine that it gives some consolation and some healing to the Besh family.
Cannon says losing Besh was not just a loss to STM, but the entire community.
Again, that was Lane Miller reporting from our sister station at KLFY in Lafayette. You know, if you're still looking for a loved one or need any information on victims of yesterday's attack, you can dial 311. If you live in New Orleans, if you live outside, it's 504-539-3266.
There's a lot more to get to this morning here as investigators continue to update us on what they know. A press briefing with Governor Jeff Landry is set for this morning at 10. Our coverage does continue this morning too, leaving WWL-TV, going to WWL Plus, streaming live there, so stay with us.
Yeah, continue to join us, and we have team coverage all across the city, and we're continuing to get those answers to questions that you and all of us are asking. Stay with us.
Stay clear from Bourbon Street.
And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
Our coverage this morning enters hour 5 as we say good morning to you at 9 o'clock here on this Thursday, January 2nd. We are on WWL Plus, broadcasting the very latest in the aftermath of yesterday's attack. Hi there, I'm Brandon Walker.
Good morning to all of you. Thanks for choosing us to wake up with. And if you've been with us for several hours now, thank you for continuing to follow this coverage as we are trying to learn more, get answers to questions that so many of us have. I'm Brianna Boudreau, happy to have you. And as we continue the very latest in this deadly terror attack where the suspect killed 14 innocent people and injured dozens other. This attack happened, we know, on New Year's morning. This happened around 3:15 as people were celebrating as they had just finished ringing in the new year when this suspect deliberately drove a rented pickup truck down Bourbon Street. Now we have learned that 15 people in total, that includes the suspect, died during this terror attack. More than 30 others are injured. The suspect has been identified as Shamsud Din Jabbar, a Texas resident and U.S. Army veteran. Initially, other possible suspects were being sought as some people were seen on video during or close to potential explosive devices, but we've since learned that those people have been cleared.
Mayor LaToya Cantrell has issued an emergency declaration for the city. Also, Governor Jeff Landry has issued a state of emergency for Orleans Parish. Meantime, the Sugar Bowl, the game between Georgia and Notre Dame, it is today, although delayed until 3 this afternoon. Now, this morning, we do have crews stationed all over this city as we bring you the very latest on the investigation.
We're going to start with Leah McNeil. She's been on Bourbon and Canal Streets all morning long. We know that's where the attack initially started. Leah, what do you have for us this morning?
Well, guys, with the latest information I can tell you is that there are plans to reopen Bourbon Street. There's not an exact timeline on that, but they've been making progress towards cleaning up the street to do just that, to reopen at some point this afternoon. We've been out here since midnight, and we've seen definitely signs of that progress of cleaning. We've seen quite a few IV waste trucks going in and out of Bourbon Street. Also, different crews that have been hauling off debris from this crime scene stretching about 3 blocks of Bourbon Street from where it starts at Canal. We did see a mangled motorized wheelchair that was taken away, wheels just barely hanging on to that chair, and also another construction crane that was hauled away as well. That was ultimately the thing that stopped the man federal agents have identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar from driving any further down Bourbon Street. As I mentioned, he did make it 3 blocks when he unfortunately killed 14 people and injured 30 others, including shooting at 2 officers. Those officers did return fire towards Jabbar. It ended up resulting in killing him after he did get out of that car following that crash that happened on Bourbon Street. Now, a lot of people, again, we still keep hearing questions about how did this happen. We have gotten surveillance camera video that shows a white car that is believed to have been rented by Jabbar driving up Canal Street and then driving around an NOPD unit that was blocking the street up onto the sidewalk and just plowing through innocent people that was standing there celebrating their new year just hours into the new year, about 3:15 when this all unfolded and happened. Speaking to the NOPD, they did say at the latest press conference that this is just not something that they accounted for. They were aware that those bollards that typically block the vehicular traffic from passing along these streets, especially heavy pedestrian streets like Bourbon Street. Those were down, being prepared and repaired for the Super Bowl. But nonetheless, this man, according to Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, did drive up on the sidewalk, and that's not something that they could have accounted for, not something that they planned for. I did speak to Council President Helena Moreno, who did say that the FBI has cleared the scene, but still no word yet as to when Bourbon Street will reopen. But she did say that right now the main focus is, of course, safety and how we can move forward and ensure that there's a full and thorough investigation.
The chief is going to be talking about additional security and enhancements that'll be put in place. But I'll say this, I think everything needs to be reviewed. You know, I mean, what potentially was missed, with this particular situation. And I'm not just talking about the local level. I'm saying, was something missed on the state level? Was something missed on the federal level with intelligence? Were there any red flags with this terrorist? Was something in his background, out there that potentially should have flagged him as a potential threat to our country or to New Orleans? And so that really needs to be looked at. Like, this entire case, this entire investigation also needs to focus on what potentially was missed so that this can be prevented in the future.
All questions that we will continue to ask, and we have been asking still at this point in the morning, waiting for additional updates from the FBI and, of course, city leaders. I can tell you that we have seen Governor Jeff Landry and a massive law enforcement presence surrounding him, including some National Guardsmen that he has since called in for additional security in the city, taking a walk up and down Bourbon Street, going a sweep through the area, again, assuming they're doing that before they go ahead and open up the street and make sure everything is clear. I do also want to mention that FBI agents did mention that they did find inside that truck that suspect had was an ISIS flag, a long gun, as well as several IEDs, which are explosive devices. They also say they found some other of those in the French Quarter, but they have said they have found those and secured those, so there is no threat to the public. At this point in the morning, as you can see behind me, still crime scene tape up, still a very enhanced law enforcement presence, which includes, of course, again, those military police, state troopers, and NOPD officers for this morning. Reporting live at Canal and Bourbon, Leah McNeil, WWL, Louisiana.
Thank you, Leah. And Leah, you mentioned those bollards. Want to get a closer look at how they look when they are up. Those bollards are designed to make sure people are safe because you can't get past them. The city did install those movable bollards to protect pedestrians from traffic when they block off Bourbon Street to traffic. But as multiple officials have confirmed, those bollards were not in place. They were being repaired at the time of the attack and was supposed to be in place in time for the Super Bowl. A lot of questions this morning about that and whether someone dropped the ball there. But again, officials still working to get to the bottom of that situation.
Of course, officials working to get to more about why the suspect did what he did. And this morning, investigators, they're trying to figure out as much as possible. We know recently wrapping up that investigation of his home there in Houston.
Yeah, that was this morning. They searched the house. They are searching for anything that they may know about what may have been his motivation here. Our Mike McDaniel continues our team coverage this morning from Bourbon and Dumaine. Mike.
Yeah, and after that search in Houston of the suspect's home, the FBI did give the all clear for residents, saying that there is no immediate threat in that area, so that is a bit of good news. Of course, we still don't know what was found, if anything, inside his home. Here on Dumaine and Bourbon, here at the intersection, it is still closed down. There are a lot of folks who have been kind of out and about, surveying, walking around, getting to some folks going to the jobs. We've seen people kind of leave their hotels, getting in Ubers, Lyfts, whether they're going to the airport or moving hotels, we're not quite sure yet. But there are, police officers surrounding us here in the French Quarter. I mean, if you look down Bourbon Street behind me, there's just no one in sight, and it's kind of been that way all morning. But it is cleaned up at this point. You heard Leah talking about the efforts that have been underway with the IV waste trucks and the street cleaners coming through. That was the case for most of this morning, getting this done. So let's talk about the suspect here, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar. Of course, the investigation into him stretching multiple states now, of course, with that scene in Texas as well as here in New Orleans. Also here in New Orleans in the St. Roch neighborhood, of course, he had an Airbnb, believed to have had an Airbnb, which is where he was staying while in the city. That area has been blocked off by police. Of course, investigators working to clear that scene as well. And here's also what we know about him. He was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and was currently living in the Houston area, where he was involved in real estate. There's even some videos posted online that he posted claiming to be a Texas native. He is a graduate of Georgia State University. He served in the U.S. military, and according to an Army spokesman, Jabbar was a human resource specialist and information technology specialist from 2007 to 2015. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve as an IT specialist from 2015 to 2020, and he even deployed to Afghanistan for the most of 2009 holding the rank of staff sergeant at the age at the end of his service. CBS News is also reporting, he did have a couple of prior brushes with the law here, but nothing major. They were just misdemeanor. That was in 2002 and 2005. One driving with an invalid license, and the other was a misdemeanor theft charge. A former classmate of Jabbar in Beaumont, he went to school with him from the age of 14 to 18. His name is Michael Roach. He says that Jabbar was very smart, he was friendly, and he talked with everyone. And like so many people who maybe have known the suspect, he says he was just in shock when he saw that he was named as the person who committed this attack here in New Orleans.
Just from knowing him personally as an adolescent to 18, I'm just shocked. He was well respected, carried himself well, and you just wouldn't think that he would do something like this.
Of course, the FBI, now the lead investigative agency here, looking into this investigation, trying to determine the why surrounding this suspect, why he chose New Orleans, why he chose to carry out such an attack like that here, and what his connections were. That piece of the puzzle we don't know yet. We just know the who. Of course, law enforcement agencies have been brought in by the state, from across the state, to be a part of the securing Bourbon Street behind me. And as Leah was mentioning, we also have gotten word that Bourbon Street is supposed to be opened at some point a little later today, maybe around the noon hour, before the Sugar Bowl starts, not far from here at the Superdome. But a lot of folks, we're seeing more and more folks start to come out as the sun comes up, just kind of avoiding this area. But when you look down Bourbon Street behind me, it's just no one, as far as we can see, other than like somebody down there sweeping up some trash there in the street. But we can see all the way down. So that's kind of where we are until they get the official word to open it from the city leaders, this police superintendent, as well as the mayor. This will kind of be the scene out here in the French Quarter. Reporting live from Bourbon and Dumaine, Mike McDaniel, WWL Louisiana, guys.
A very dramatic image there, Mike. Thank you. Mike's on the back end of the French Quarter there at Dumaine and Bourbon, pointing that camera up toward Canal Street. That's 8 blocks of Bourbon Street still empty, still closed right now. As we've told you, 14 people were killed on Bourbon Street, some 35 people injured.
We've been working to identify all of the victims. Whitney Miller has more on those we know so far.
At least 15 people have died in this senseless tragedy. The names of these people are slowly being identified as families are being notified. The first death we confirmed was of 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi, and a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. Then there is 37-year-old father of 2 Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by the truck. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. The third fatality we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh, a Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football star. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries. His athletic director confirmed his death. She says he was in New Orleans for the holidays. Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021, and he was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm.
First catch of the season for Besh.
And then there's 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio. He's the youngest of 3 boys and a Pearl River Central grad. For most of Wednesday, his family hadn't heard from him. And then they got the tragic news. And then there's Nicole Perez, a 28-year-old mother from Metairie who died in the attack. Perez had just been promoted to manager at Kimmy's Deli at Lakeway. Her 4-year-old son is in the care of a loved one, and she was remembered as a good mom and wanted to be successful. And finally, we learned about Kareem Bawadi, one of the 2 Episcopal School of Baton Rouge alumni victims who died as a result of their injuries. A prayer service will be held at the Lewis Family Memorial Chapel on Thursday at 6 p.m.
We have also learned the identity of a 7th victim. Hubert Guttrow was 21 years old. His family initially posted on social media that he was missing, later confirmed that he is one of the victims in this terror attack. He was a 2021 graduate of Archbishop Shaw High School.
people around New Orleans, across the country, they're looking for ways to help, to support the victims of this tragedy here.
The Blood Center is hosting an emergency blood drive today to address their critical need for donations following this tragedy. Yesterday, a number of people showed up in order to donate, but the center say they need a lot more help. You can go to a number of locations, as you see here on your screen. They're all listed there on the side. We also have them listed on our website at WWLTV.com. Most of those locations are open until 7 p.m., but you want to take a look at a couple because a few of them close just an hour before, or like the Blood Center's corporate office, that closes at 5 p.m.
The United Way of Southeast Louisiana is accepting donations for victims of the terror attack. 100% of proceeds will go toward victims and their families, the United Way tells us. So if you would like to support, there is a link on our website for you, WWLTV.com. 9:15, let's get over to Alexa.
Yeah, here's an update on your weather today. It's going to be a nice and quiet day. Plenty of sunshine. We still have a chill in the air this morning. It's a cold morning. 52 degrees, though. Temperature starting to come up a bit as the sun rises. It is going to be a nice, refreshing day. Currently, temperatures are still in the 40s on the North Shore, 50s mostly on the South Shore, still 49 in Belle Chase. This afternoon will be in the 60s, so it is going to be a comfortable day today. And then tonight we'll have increasing clouds. Still a bit chilly this evening. Temperatures in the 50s tonight. And there is that small chance for a couple isolated showers late tonight and during the overnight hours. And that's what we can have really coming our way tomorrow morning. A couple stray showers in the morning hours, but not much. Tomorrow morning we'll start the day with temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Next few days will be really comfortable and cool and refreshing. 60s today, tomorrow, and Saturday. 1 or 2 showers early in the morning tomorrow. That's about it. Most of us will be dry. Going nice into Saturday, but then we get a warm up Sunday. Some rain and storms move in on Sunday. Maybe some stronger storms on Sunday as well. And then some much colder weather on the way next week. So a weather roller coaster coming up. We'll talk more about your forecast. That's coming up later on in the show.
Thank you, Alexa. In less than 12 hours, another crowd is going to gather. We're looking up at the Super Bowl for the Sugar Bowl that was postponed. It was supposed to happen last night. It's going to happen this afternoon at 3. Our Rachel Handley has been at the Superdome all morning. Rachel, security sweeps there happened yesterday. Officials saying that security is top of mind for them there. What can you tell us about that?
We have heard that a lot, and it makes sense. I mean, this kickoff is going to be happening 36 hours after that attack happened on Bourbon Street and about a mile away from where it happened. So gathering thousands of people in one spot, of course, city leaders and law enforcement and people who are going to the game have all been really on top of the safety concern here for the Sugar Bowl today. We, as you said, have been out here all morning. We told you earlier today there have been a handful of police officers stationed here on this side of the Superdome, about 3 or 4 from our vantage point all morning since we got here at 4 a.m. And in that time, we've seen more of them come up and just, like, start setting up shop here, basically. And we've seen a lot more police officers drive by. We've seen a fire truck, we've seen ambulances. Clearly people are staging for this big event that is happening later today. And we say later today, but really it's about to start soon. At 11 o'clock there's going to be a tailgating event called Tailgate Town at Champion Square, and that'll be 2 hours before the doors open for the Superdome. That's at 1, and then 3 o'clock is when kickoff is. So stuff is about to start happening really fast around here, and we're about to start getting an idea of what these crowds are going to look like for this game, whether this will be at all comparable in terms of attendance to Sugar Bowls in the past, even after all of this happened. We also know, as you said, that there have been sweeps since yesterday. Yesterday, we even saw the University of Georgia's football team leaving their hotel room to come do a walkthrough of the Superdome. That was only possible because law enforcement had been doing those sweeps. And so we know that around 6 o'clock, by the time they left, it had been declared safe. So this is a security mission that's been happening pretty much since the attack. And as we had told you yesterday, the game was supposed to happen last night and it was moved to today because of the attack, and the time was actually moved twice. So you know, Leah's been talking about the how this happened, Mike's been talking about the why, and we're really on what's next. I mean, this giant event so soon after this attack happened, and all of the city leaders' questions and law enforcement leaders' questions are really the same. How do we keep all of these people safe as this event starts? We did hear from NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick at the press conference yesterday that we've been showing you all morning. She talked a little bit more about what those sweeps entailed and what her officers were looking for during them. And she also talked about what security specifically will look like during the game, kind of to put people's minds at ease.
We have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow.
At 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to have another update with law enforcement about the attack and about the Sugar Bowl today. So we plan to ask exactly what she means by lockdown and whether fans have anything to worry about in terms of accessing the game. As we were saying, more activity here. You can hear even now these sirens behind me. That's an LSP unit that I can see, and then a few more unmarked units. So definitely a lot happening here. Those are going and parking next to Champion Square. We're going to go over there in just a minute so we may be able to tell what they are doing here. But, you know, overall, just a lot of activity starting to happen here after a relatively quiet morning. Just to recap, 11 o'clock is when that tailgate event starts in Champion Square. 1 o'clock is when the Superdome doors open, and then 3 o'clock is when kickoff is. And I was just talking with the communications director for the Sugar Bowl, and he said that they're not going to give any more specific security details for the rest of the day. I can assume because of safety and not wanting to compromise those security details. But one thing he wanted to make really, really clear to fans is that you should get here early. Kickoff is at 3. Doors open at 1 o'clock. Use all of that time because there are going to be a lot of extra security measures for this game today, as you have seen. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Rachel, thank you. And hopefully some other questions about that will be answered at 10 o'clock when the governor and other officials do give us an update across the street, actually, there from the Superdome at Benson Tower. One of the 14 people killed was a football star at Princeton University, also right here in Louisiana.
Tiger Besh played football at St. Thomas More in Lafayette before going on to play at Princeton. Lane Miller, a reporter with KLFY, our sister station in Lafayette, has more on the outpouring of support for his family.
The community gathered in prayer here at St. Thomas More to mourn the loss of Tiger Besh.
We needed to get together and do the number one thing that we can do for him, and that's pray.
Family and friends did just that, filling the chapel pews as they prayed the rosary for Tiger and his family. Others prayed over the Besh family in person.
We have some staff members that are very close with the family and have remained close. Our chaplain, Father Andrew Schumacher, also went to New Orleans to be with the family and just show support, be there for them.
St. Thomas More principal Marty Cannon was Tiger's coach senior year of high school. Cannon says Besh was special.
I don't think there's ever been anybody like Tiger. I don't think there's ever going to be anybody like him, because between the athlete, and the depth and the character and just the way he held himself, he was a special guy.
As a school with around 100,000 alumni, Cannon says Tiger is one they won't forget.
Tiger left a huge mark on a lot of us. We could go on and on about how great of an athlete he was, but he was way more than that. He was a complete guy, and he was a stand-up guy that we really respected and honored, and we really liked. I can only imagine that it gives some consolation and some healing to the Besh family.
Cannon says losing Besh was not just a loss to STM, but the entire community.
Lane Miller reporting there. Now with that, if you're still looking for a loved one or you need any information on victims of yesterday's massacre, you are asked to call 311, but that is if you live in the city of New Orleans proper.
Yeah, maybe you know somebody who lives out of town or you're watching us from out of town. That number for you is 504-539-3266.
Our
hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who were killed, to all those who were injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come.
Of course, that was President Joe Biden last night addressing the nation following the terror attack on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, the president also mentioned another incident that's being investigated happened yesterday, hours after the terror attack here in Las Vegas yesterday. A cyber truck right here exploded outside of President-elect Donald Trump's hotel in Las Vegas. One person inside that truck was killed, 7 others injured. It appears to have been rented. We're talking about the Tesla Cybertruck there from the same app as the vehicle used in the attack in New Orleans. The FBI is also investigating this case out of Las Vegas, but it's unclear at this hour this morning if there's any connection between those 2 acts of terror here.
In addition to the 14 people killed in the attack on Bourbon Street yesterday, more than 35 others we know were injured.
That means local hospitals are busy. They were taken to hospitals throughout the area. Our Meg Ferris has more on the work to make sure that they are safe.
It has been an extremely busy day here at the Level 1 Trauma Center at UMC. Originally, 26 people were brought here with injuries. Many of them had critical injuries. Now 4 were brought to Turo, 4 to Oxnard Baptist, and 1 to Tulane. We do know that since the original 10 who were reported killed in this incident, another 5 has been added to that list. Now 2 policemen were brought here after being caught in that gunfire exchange with the perpetrator. 1 has since gone home and is reporting that he is on the mend, doing well, and he says, "I love you" to all the people who have been thinking about him and texting him. Now, there's a family reunification center here at UMC for people who could not find loved ones. It's in the middle of the hospital on the 1st floor. Probably the most impressive thing that has happened today is after our call at around 10:30 this morning for people to go donate blood, many people, dozens and dozens, turned out to the donation centers to give blood. It was already critically low earlier because of its being a holiday. And during holidays, fewer people go donate blood because they're busy with Christmas and that type of thing. But after our call out for the critically low blood situation, people came by the dozens and rolled up their sleeves.
What we need the public to understand right now is this is a perfect scenario where you see that what the need is in this community. It's a continuous, ongoing need. It's a gift that you're going to give that someone can not get anywhere else, so you can't go buy it off the shelf. This comes from your heart.
Now, you can go to our website, wwltv.com, and there you will find a list of all the blood donation centers and the times, and they will be open for the next few days, asking for you to please come and donate if you did not do so today. Reporting from UMC, Meg Ferris, WWL, Louisiana.
Well, it's 9:28 on your Thursday morning. It has been a cold start to our morning. Still feeling chilly out there. Temperatures are in the 40s and 50s. You'll need a jacket and a sweatshirt this morning. We'll even stay cool and refreshing through the afternoon, but expect lots of sunshine. So in the sun today, it will feel pretty warm. But in the shade, it will be chilly all day long. Seasonable January weather for here on the Gulf Coast. Low 60s this afternoon for our high temperatures. Tonight will be in the 50s, so a bit chilly again in the evening with more clouds moving in tonight. And with the clouds, there's going to be a small increase in moisture, so we could have some very small light little rain showers late tonight during the overnight hours into early tomorrow, but it's going to be very spotty, very hit or miss. Most of us will be dry. Tomorrow we'll have clouds in the morning and sunshine in the afternoon. Another nice day tomorrow, 65 degrees. And as we go throughout today, it's really going to be a wonderful day weather-wise. Tonight, that's that increase in cloud cover like I mentioned. Here are those small little showers happening, especially on the South Shore in the overnight hours into very early in the morning tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have decreasing cloud cover as another cool front moves in, but then clouds start to build back in on Saturday. A couple spotty showers around later Saturday, but Sunday is the day we'll have some rain and thunderstorms move in across the area, and maybe some strong thunderstorms moving in going into later Sunday ahead of another cold front. So we're still kind of up and down with the weather. Big changes unfolding over the next week. We could see some steady and soaking rain later Sunday into Sunday night, and then that cold front moves in late Sunday night. It will be very windy and very cold going into Monday, and then we have a prolonged stretch of very chilly weather next week. You'll need all kinds of winter gear next week, heavy jackets, hats, gloves, things like that, because it will be so bitter cold and for so many days next week. Before we get to that though, with the storms coming in on Sunday, there is a risk for severe weather for parts of the lower Mississippi Valley, especially for the state of Mississippi, Arkansas, and northern Louisiana, even East Texas, but parts of the North Shore, we are included in that, and we'll see if this gets expanded southward. So there is a risk for strong to severe storms on Sunday as we go into the afternoon and evening time frame. And then a blast of cold air comes in after that. That front brings in the very chilly air, and then we could see maybe multiple resurgences or surges of Arctic air later next week into January 10th, that time frame. Like the second weekend of January could get even colder. So extremely cold temperatures are possible. There's still a lot of time between now and then to watch just how cold it will get. So make sure you stay tuned. Just plan for a very cold second week of January. North Shore low temperatures going into next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday will probably be in the upper 20s. So hard freeze conditions are expected for several mornings next week north of the lake. And then on the South Shore, our morning low temperatures will be down in the lower 30s. So near the freezing mark, even on the South Shore. So we'll have some frost for several mornings next week starting Tuesday. And it's just seeing how cold that Arctic air mass is and how far south it goes. It really just depends on how much colder we'll get the second half of next week. Still some unknowns with that, but we will keep you updated as we find out what will be happening with that. Here's that 7-day forecast. Enjoy this comfortable stretch of days we have on the way. 60s for today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Chilly nights and mornings still 40s and 50s the next couple of days. Partly cloudy skies around the next 3 days as well. Very small chance for a stray shower late tonight through early tomorrow morning. A couple stray showers later Saturday, but mostly dry the next few days. Sunday, we warm up to see temperatures back into the 70s, and we'll have that round of rain and storms the second half of the day. Maybe some stronger storms and some heavier showers, especially on the North Shore. And then a very cold and blustery start to next week. Windy and chilly, bitter cold temperatures only in the 40s in the afternoons on Tuesday and Wednesday, with our nights and mornings much colder. 20s on the North Shore, 30s on the South Shore, so get ready for this cold blast going into next week.
Thank you, Alexa. Our coverage of the investigation into yesterday's deadly attack continues here as we are bringing you this special broadcast on WWL+.
Now we'll continue our coverage with reporters stationed all across the metro area. We're closely monitoring this story, as you can see, with Liam McNeil, Rachel Hanley, and also Mike McDaniel, all there from the French Quarter to the Superdome. We've got plenty more coming up for you. Just stick with us.
Stay clear from Bourbon Street.
And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
9:30 here as our coverage on WWL+ continues on this Thursday morning, January 2nd. I'm Brandon Walker.
Good morning to all of you. Thanks for waking up with us and for staying with us all morning long. If you've been here for several hours, as we have, I'm Brianna Boudreau. Of course, we continue today, as heavy as it is, to follow this tragedy, this horrific terrorist attack that happened in our beloved city here on Bourbon Street, as so many people were just ringing in the new year, celebrating with family and friends. And we want to get to some of those details that we know so we can catch you up on the very latest as we anticipate a press conference coming at 10 o'clock with officials. We know this started around 3:15 yesterday morning. A man deliberately drove his truck down Bourbon Street. Right now, 15 people are confirmed dead, 14 of those innocent lives, the 15th being the suspect. That suspect was shot and killed by NOPD officers during this attack. We know more than 30 others are injured. The FBI is leading this investigation while the mayor has issued an emergency declaration for the city. We also know the suspect, Shamsud Din Jabbar, was killed by New Orleans police, as I mentioned. Initially, other possible suspects were being sought, but we have learned that they have since been cleared.
Now, that attack on Bourbon Street didn't just impact New Year's festivities. Of course, the Sugar Bowl was set to take place tomorrow. It's now set to take place this afternoon. Our Rachel Hanley has been talking about security and whatnot as far as that's concerned.
Rachel, what can you tell us?
Well, things are definitely starting to ramp up here at the Superdome all morning long. Since we got here at 4 o'clock today, we've seen police stationed here watching this side of the Superdome, and we can assume that there are plenty more stationed around the entire perimeter. As the day has progressed, we've seen more and more of them show up, and we know that safety is going to be top of mind for Sugar Bowl leaders and for city and law enforcement leaders. Yesterday, the NOPD did a series of sweeps in this area. We were there watching them, and the NOPD superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick had even told us a little bit about what they're looking for in those sweeps. She said the main goal is to find any kind of suspicious packages, bags, boxes in the area, and they're also using bomb-sniffing dogs to try and canvass the area. As of now, despite those 2 time changes that we saw with this, the CEO of the Sugar Bowl says that stuff is still going according to plan today.
And we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us.
Kickoff is at 3 o'clock. Doors to the Superdome open at 1, and you're being told to get here early if you are planning on coming to the game. At the Superdome, Rachel Handley, WWL Louisiana.
9:36 on your Thursday morning. Here's a quick look at your forecast. It has been a chilly start to the morning. Temperatures are still in the 40s and 50s, so it is feeling a little bit on the cold side, but lots of sunshine today makes it feel pretty comfortable and warm, especially this afternoon. We've got northeast winds coming in 10 to 15 miles per hour, so there's a little bit of a breeze out there. 40s still on the north shore, 50s on the south shore. Make sure you have a jacket today. Sunny skies for the afternoon, 60s this afternoon, so still comfortable and refreshing today. Tonight, still chilly in the 50s, mostly cloudy. There is that chance for a couple spotty showers late tonight and during the overnight hours. Some of those stray showers may linger into early tomorrow morning, really looking like on the south shore and light stuff, not much. Tomorrow morning will start chilly again in the 40s north and 50s south. The next couple days, pretty nice, comfortable at 60s today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And then we warm up on Sunday into the 70s with rain and storms Sunday, and then big cold temperature, or a big drop in temperatures, a big cold stretch coming our way next week. All the details about that coming up later on in the show.
Thank you, Alexa. We told you about an hour ago or so, Governor Jeff Landry got a tour of Bourbon Street. Also, crews got there early this morning to begin cleaning up Bourbon Street because it was closed after the attack.
Yeah, our Leah McNeil has been near the corner of Bourbon and Canal Street since very early this morning as we saw those initial attempts to clean up the street. And we still see that tape there behind you, Leah. What's the very latest?
Well, Bree and Brandon, is still an active scene out here. Even though the FBI has gone ahead and cleared Bourbon Street, it's still not back open yet, and we still have quite extensive law enforcement present here on scene, from state troopers all the way down to New Orleans Police Department and everybody else in between. But a lot of these officers have been here quite, I want to say, as long as we've been on scene. We were first on scene out here just minutes after this attack happened at 3:15 yesterday. We've been out here since midnight again today. Just still trying to get more answers about what exactly happened here and what's going on. We do have a guest joining us right now who's really been a source, I guess, of fuel and energy for those law enforcement officers who've been out here, some of them 12 hours on, 12 hours off. Some have been out here for the duration of this event. Joining me now is Mr. Ed Binks. He's a commander of the Great New Orleans area for the Salvation Army. I mean, you unfortunately have seen quite a few instances like this. It never gets easier.
It doesn't. They're all different, and because they're all different, that everyone is a bit traumatic to you when you get into it. I've done ones that were crime scenes. I've done ones that are hurricane. I've done tornadoes. You name it, all of them, and they're all different, and they all affect you in different ways.
And just being here today, I mean, I know you have team here with other representatives from southeastern states. What is going through your mind? Because you are stationed here. This is home for you.
This is home for me. One of the wonderful things about the way we operate in the Salvation Army is that as an incident commander, I have command over resources across the entire southeastern United States. So if there's things that I need, everything's a phone call away. And I've got resources right now here from all over Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, helping to serve our responders here.
And tell me, how has that been looking like? Because I know, again, as you mentioned, these officers are working extremely long hours. Still, of course, this active investigation still ongoing.
Well, I will say that every encounter we've had with law enforcement, EMS, every agency that we've been involved with here in this event have been amazing. Their spirit is good in spite of what they're going through and what's happening. But I as soon as you asked me that, my first thought was, it's the South. Everybody's nice here. So even our responders are amazing. Even if they don't want coffee, they're very grateful for what we're offering. It's a great community.
And lastly, I know you've been through this too many times to count. Any words to the people here in this city? Of course, you and your team, as you continue to be out here and kind of help in the little way that you can by giving back.
This is my 33rd deployment in disaster. I've seen all these different scenarios, and I will tell you, and the message I would give to New Orleans is, you're resilient, you're strong. This community is going to be better than ever when it's all said and done. Changes will be made that will make this community better than ever. Our law enforcement is amazing here. All of our responders are tremendous, and I think that on the other side of this, New Orleans is going to be a much better place when we recover.
Mr. Bennix, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you for taking the time to chat with us. I know you're busy, so I'll let you go. But as you all just heard, I mean, we know that we are a resilient city. We are a strong city, but still it hurts and it really just cuts to the core. And you can still hear and see that things are still happening out here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon. We just have some JPSO units that just arrived here on scene, assuming to continue on with the efforts of clearing out Bourbon Street. We did get word that there are plans to reopen the street sometime this afternoon. No official word yet on the timeline, but of course we'll keep you all up to date as to when we get that word about when Bourbon Street will reopen. Reporting live at Canal and Bourbon, Leah McNeil, WWL, Louisiana.
Thank you for that, Leah. A resilient city, also a very resilient reporter who has been there on scene for us all morning. But again, overnight yesterday, when the initial reports came into the newsroom after 3 a.m., Leah was among the first reporters on scene, along with Winston Reed, as we began our coverage there. So thankful for that as we continue to work to piece together the questions and hopefully get answers. The big one, why did this man do this? Law enforcement officials working to get to the bottom of that one.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of information at this time, or the potential connection to New Orleans, why this city was the one that was chosen, but we are still learning more. Mike McDaniel's helping us piece what we do know together. Good morning.
Hey there, good morning. Yeah, it may be a while before we know the answer to a lot of those questions, but out here today, as the sun is now up here in the French Quarter, a lot of folks are out and about. The foot traffic has definitely increased, and as folks kind of pass through this intersection at Bourbon and Dumaine, they kind of take a moment, they pause, and yet you can see right there, they just look down Bourbon Street, because that's not a sight that you're going to see a lot. There is practically no one down there. I can't remember a time that I've seen Bourbon Street like this other than the height of the pandemic. That was when businesses were ordered to close. Everyone was told to stay inside. It's very reminiscent of that, but of course the gravity of the situation much more heavy, considering what we went through then and what we're going through now. The investigation into the suspect in this case, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, stretches from here all the way to Houston, Texas. Of course, they searched his home. The investigators, or the FBI did, at his home in Houston. They have since cleared that scene, and thankfully they found no threat to residents in that area. But back here in New Orleans, there's that other scene in the St. Roch neighborhood involving an Airbnb where authorities believe Jabbar was staying while here in New Orleans. That has been blocked off by investigators that are back out there today. We do know that Jabbar was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. He was currently living in Houston, where he was in real estate. He was a graduate of Georgia State University and served in the U.S. military. And according to an Army spokesman, Jabbar Jabbar was a human resource specialist and information technology specialist. That was from 2007 to 2015. He also served in the U.S. Army Reserve as an IT specialist. He even deployed to Afghanistan for most of 2009. The FBI now looking into what connections Jabbar may have had with any terrorist organization which President Joe Biden addressed last night.
The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack.
And as we come back out here in the French Quarter and you look down Bourbon, you can see a vehicle of some sort. I don't know if it's a cleaning vehicle or a police vehicle. You can see the flashing lights down there. And in the foreground closer to us, you have these state troopers who are helping to block off this section until we get the all clear. We have been told by law enforcement officials out here that there is a plan to reopen probably around the noon hour. That, of course, fluid. We are awaiting that news conference from the governor as well as FBI. That's going to be at 10 o'clock. But as the day progresses here in the French Quarter, a lot of folks trying to get back to their lives, but of course completely walking around with a heavy hearts and understanding of what happened in their neighborhood and in a city that they love. Guys.
Thank you, Mike. Certainly thinking of you too. Mike has been here reporting throughout the night and also all day yesterday as well. So thank you for that, sir. As we mentioned, 14 people, excluding the driver of the truck who was killed by law enforcement. 35 others injured.
Abby, we've been working to identify all of the victims. Whitney Miller has more on that.
At least 15 people have died in this senseless tragedy. The names of these people are slowly being identified as families are being notified. The first death we confirmed was of 18-year-old Nakaira Cheyenne Dido. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi, and a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. Then there is 37-year-old father of two Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by the truck. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. The third fatality we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh, a Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football star. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries. His athletic director confirmed his death. She says he was in New Orleans for the holidays. Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021, and he was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm.
First catch of the season for Besh.
And then there's 25-year-old Matthew Tenedorio. He's the youngest of three boys and a Pearl River Central grad. For most of Wednesday, his family hadn't heard from him. And then they got the tragic news. And then there's Nicole Perez, a 28-year-old mother from Metairie who died in the attack. Perez had just been promoted to manager at Kimmy's Deli at Lakeway. Her 4-year-old son is in the care of a loved one, and she was remembered as a good mom and wanted to be successful. And finally, we learned about Kareem Bawadi, one of the two Episcopal School of Baton Rouge alumni victims who died as a result of their injuries. A prayer service will be held at the Lewis Family Memorial Chapel on Thursday at 6 p.m.
We've also learned the identity of a seventh victim who you see here. Hubert Guttrow was 21 years old, we've learned. His family initially posted on social media that he was missing, but later confirmed they discovered he was one of those killed in this deadly terror attack. He was a 2021 graduate of Archbishop Shaw High School. In addition to the 14 people killed in the attack on Bourbon Street yesterday morning, more than 35 others, as we've mentioned, were injured.
Meg Farris, she has a look on how hospitals are working to help those victims.
It has been an extremely busy day here at the Level 1 Trauma Center at UMC. Originally, 26 people were brought here with injuries. Many of them had critical injuries. Now 4 were brought to Truro, 4 to Oxnard Baptist, and 1 to Tulane. We do know that since the original 10 who were reported killed in this incident, another 5 has been added to that list. Now, 2 policemen were brought here after being caught in that gunfire exchange with the perpetrator. One has since gone home and is reporting that he is on the mend, doing well, and he says, "I love you" to all the people who have been thinking about him and texting him. Now, there's a family reunification center here at UMC for people who could not find loved ones. It's in the middle of the hospital on the 1st floor. Probably the most impressive thing that has happened today is after our call at around 10:30 this morning for people to go donate blood, many people, dozens and dozens, turned out to the donation centers to give blood. It was already critically low earlier because of its being a holiday. And during holidays, fewer people go donate blood because they're busy with Christmas and that type of thing. But after our call out for the critically low blood situation, people came by the dozens and rolled up their sleeves.
What we need the public to understand right now is this is a perfect scenario where you see that what the need is in this community. It's a continuous, ongoing need. It's a gift that you're going to give that someone can not get anywhere else, so you can't go buy it off the shelf. This comes from your heart.
Now, you can go to our website, wwltv.com, and there you will find a list of all the blood donation centers and the times, and they will be open for the next few days, asking for you to please come and donate if you did not do so today. Reporting from UMC, Meg Farris, WWL, Louisiana.
And we are learning more about the victims who lost their lives. 14 people killed. Whitney Miller did an overview of those victims, but we're learning much more about one of those people who tragically lost his life, Tiger Besh.
Besh played football at St. Thomas More in Lafayette before going on to play at Princeton. Our affiliate station reporter Lane Miller at KLFY in Lafayette has more on the outpouring of support that his family is receiving.
The community gathered in prayer here at St. Thomas More to mourn the loss of Tiger Besh.
We needed to get together and do the number one thing that we can do for him, and that's pray.
Family and friends did just that, filling the chapel pews as they prayed the rosary for Tiger and his family. Others prayed over the Besh family in person.
We have some staff members that are very close with the family and have remained close. Our chaplain, Father Andrew Schumacher, also went to New Orleans to be with the family and just show support, be there for them.
St. Thomas More principal Marty Cannon was Tiger's coach senior year of high school. Cannon says Besh was special.
I don't think there's ever been anybody like Tiger. I don't think there's ever going to be anybody like him, because between the athlete and the depth and the character and just the way he held himself, he was a special guy.
As a school with around 100,000 alumni, Cannon says Tiger is one they won't forget.
Tiger left a huge mark on a lot of us. We could go on and on about how great of an athlete he was, but he was way more than that. He was a complete guy, and he was a stand-up guy that we really respected and honored, and we really liked. I can only imagine that it gives some consolation and some healing to the Besh family.
Cannon says losing Besh was not just a loss to STM, but the entire community.
That was Lane Miller reporting. And if you are still searching for a loved one or need any information on victims from yesterday's attack, you are asked to call 311.
And that is if you live in New Orleans. If you live outside of town or you know someone who maybe needs this information, 504-539-3266 is the number to call.
And again, we are working to learn more about plans for the Sugar Bowl, which again had to be delayed. It was set for yesterday. They postponed it to today, 3 o'clock. And with that being said, you had families of those players here in town for the game as well.
Adam Reif with our CBS affiliate in Wisconsin spoke to the parents of a Notre Dame player.
We woke up to text messages this morning from friends and stuff. Are we okay and this and that.
The Shroud family's New Year's Eve trip to New Orleans was supposed to be a celebration, but now
the authorities have asked that we stay in our hotels today as much as possible.
Campbellsport native Billy Shroud has been a key cog in leading Notre Dame this season. His parents Jenna and Tim spent part of Tuesday afternoon in the French Quarter before heading back to their hotel.
And it was just a ton of people. But we were not down there last evening.
It feels familiar to many in southeastern Wisconsin. The similarities to the 2021 Waukesha Christmas parade attack are undeniable.
Suspect goes around a police barricade. Law enforcement is present and still has managed to get on the parade route.
Former Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Brian Doro said the motives behind the two may be different, but trying to prevent them is the same.
But you're going to see changes in the way we do business and perhaps even industry standards for what is needed.
Doro said physical barriers and a law enforcement presence can only do so much to prevent an attack, especially if the attacker has little regard for their own life. The Dancing Grannies posted about the New Orleans attack, writing, "It's a long, hard road. While you will never be the same, healing is possible." The Sugar Bowl game was postponed and rescheduled for Thursday at 3 p.m. local time. There is still uncertainty and concern on the streets of New Orleans, but the Shrouths will be in the stands cheering on Billy while also being cognizant of their surroundings.
Hopefully they're hollow threats, but obviously there's concern for everybody's safety.
Now, Saints players and leadership from the team also took some time as they are preparing for their final game of the season this upcoming Sunday to share their thoughts on this recent tragedy.
Yeah, interim head coach Darren Rizzi describes the moment he found out about the attack and how closely it hits home, considering he has children. A lot of parents feeling this way.
It hits home with me personally because, I have 5 children between the ages of 17 and 26. And I could tell you early this morning, the first thing I thought of was my own son was out last night for New Year's Eve in this community. My daughter was home just last week and was down the French Quarter. This hits home. This community has welcomed me in for the last 6 years, and my family. And it's a sad day. Fortunately for me, he was at his friend's house sleeping over, and as I said, I'm blessed and I'm lucky and I'm fortunate because there's other kids that didn't go home to their families last night.
Saints head coach Darren Rizzi, a lot of parents feeling that way. The Saints released a statement saying players and staff are saddened by this tragedy, and they also want Sunday's game to give a bit of a distraction, something else to look forward to here. We've got a full link to the Saints' statement that's available on our website for you, wwltv.com. We've told you that RTA service has been compromised by this investigation because parts of Canal Street are blocked off to traffic, particularly affecting streetcar traffic along the Canal streetcar line. Buses have temporarily replaced the streetcar downtown. You also can expect heavy delays on buses that do service Canal Street. In particular, the RTA says lines 8, 55, and 91. Updates from the RTA can be found on RTA's website, also the La Paz app.
Earlier this morning, Governor Jeff Landry toured the area of Bourbon Street that was the subject of this terror attack. The governor and a number of other officials walked through the area where the attack took place as crews there were working to finish removing debris and clean the streets. You see those crews there walking there with National Guard members and other officials. And of course, we are anticipating getting an update from Governor Jeff Landry and others like FBI, ATF, NOPD, all coming up in just a few minutes at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that is set to take place at 10 o'clock over at the Benson Tower downtown, across the street from the Superdome, where Rachel Hanley had been reporting live all morning. They swept the Superdome yesterday with safety and security plans. Rachel saying that officials telling her that they will not provide any additional updates as to the degree of safety and security measures that have been ticked up inside. Making sense, of course, not to tip off anybody's hand, but just with the understanding that if you do have plans to attend the Sugar Bowl today, to arrive earlier than you would have. As we take a look at video of Bourbon Street, Governor Jeff Landry getting a tour of Bourbon Street and also seeing the first garbage vehicle street sweepers there to clean up the debris left behind, because Bourbon was essentially frozen in time after those 8 blocks were blocked off after yesterday's attack.
Yeah, so we continue to follow the very latest in what we know, and that includes 15 people total have been confirmed dead by law enforcement. That is 14 innocent victims, and then the additional being the suspect there. We are told that Police officers are the ones who eventually took that suspect out, shooting and killing him during this attack. Shamsud Din Jabbar is that suspect. He was killed again by NOPD after he intentionally drove his truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. The FBI is leading the investigation. The agency was investigating a number of other suspects who could potentially have been tied to this attack, but we did learn that since they have been cleared.
And Mayor LaToya Cantrell, she issued an emergency declaration for the city. Also, Governor Jeff Landry issued one for Orleans Parish. This as that Sugar Bowl game between Georgia and Notre Dame. It's delayed until 3 this afternoon. All that you need to know, and there's a lot of information here, and it changes so quickly. So what we've done is we've amassed a page here on our website, WWLTV.com. You can learn what we've learned about the person responsible for this who was killed by police on scene yesterday. Also learn more about the victims, 14 people he killed, and what you need to know about today's Sugar Bowl game. All of that for you just a click away, WWLTV.com. Our live coverage does continue here throughout the morning, but first we want to take a brief break, get over to Alexa, and a check of today's forecast.
Yeah, just about 10 o'clock this morning. We do have a cool rest of your week on the way. Pretty quiet weather for today. Some sunshine, though it has been a cold start to our morning. You'll need the jackets and sweatshirts today if you will be out and about. We'll be mostly dry the next several days. Our next big chance for some rain and storms will be on Sunday, where we could see some stronger storms and a warm up, and then we get even colder next week. It's just all over the place when it comes to the weather, so make sure you're staying tuned for the latest. Right now, temperatures are in the 40s and 50s, so it is chilly, but sunshine is out there and it's making it feel pretty warm in the sun, though when you're in the shade, it is pretty chilly outside. Temperatures will be in the 60s this afternoon. Nice seasonable January day, very comfortable. Tonight we'll see mostly cloudy skies. Clouds will increase this evening. Temperatures will be in the 50s tonight, so we still have that chill in the air in the evening. And with the clouds moving in tonight, there is a small chance for a couple isolated showers late tonight and during the overnight hours through early tomorrow morning, though they are going to be light, spotty, and hit or miss. Most of us will be dry, but there could be a few sprinkles around early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we'll start with clouds, and then sunshine comes tomorrow afternoon. Cool and nice in the first part of the day tomorrow, and then mild in the afternoon in the mid-60s. So a really wonderful day again tomorrow. So here's a look at your Thursday. We'll expect increasing clouds not until late tonight and overnight. There are those spotty little showers, especially on the South Shore overnight through early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow does begin with some clouds, but we'll have sunshine on the way as a weak cool front moves in later tomorrow. So it will be a little chillier on Saturday in the low 60s, just a couple degrees cooler. Clouds return for Saturday. Also small little showers around late Saturday, but very hit or miss. We actually will be mostly dry and very nice the next few days. It's not until Sunday that a more impactful system moves in across the lower Mississippi Valley.